Zoning Commission meeting of November the 1st. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Seeger.
Here.
Rest.
Here.
McInnes.
Here.
Truxillo.
Here.
Doherty.
Here.
Horn.
Here.
Gaines. Crawford.
Here.
Narcisse.
Here.
Troncoso.
Here.
Hernandez.
Here.
Accardo.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Announcements, please silence all phones and electronic devices. If you disagree with a decision this commission makes, you have the right to appeal it to the council, and the appeal cards are on the railing to my right over there. Speaker cards, if you wish to speak on a case, you must fill out a speaker card, and they're on the railing over there to the right, and staff will get it up to us here. Public speaking, 10 minutes each side and 5 minutes for rebuttal. After your case is heard, you can leave the building if you wish, or you can stay. Please rise for the invocation by Commissioner Seeger and the pledge by Commissioner Crawford.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the continued blessings bestowed upon the residents of St. Tammany Parish and the opportunity to serve you by serving the parish. We deeply appreciate the saints that you have put in each of our lives as we honor them today. Through their love and inspiration, we endeavor to maintain a high bar of ethical and moral standards in our lives and while acting as planning and zoning commissioners. Lord, please watch over and bless our invaluable parish employees and their families, the first responders, and the angels of mercy that are teaching our children and nursing our sick. Let the world, and especially St. Tammany Parish, be a better place by us being here. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Commissioners, in your packet you had the minutes from the October 10th meeting. Do I have a motion on that? Commissioner Crawford.
Motion to accept the minutes as written.
Motion to accept the minutes as written by Commissioner Crawford. Commissioner Truxillo.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Truxillo. Please vote.
The motion to accept the minutes as written carries.
All right, Helen, we got any cases to postpone?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Item number 2 on page 1, 2023, 3513 ZC. Mr. Jeff Shane is here representing the case.
Good evening, Mr. Shane.
Yes, sir. Good.
I'm going to go ahead and read it then.
Yes, sir.
Then I'll turn the floor over to you. All right, this is case 2023-3513-ZC. Existing zoning is A3 Suburban District. Proposed zoning is HC2 Highway Commercial District. Location, parcel located on the west side of Louisiana Highway 1077, south of Interstate 12, Covington, Ward 1, District 1. It's 12.7 acres. The petitioner is Jeffrey Shane. The owner is succession of Jewel Chantelet Gennaro and Anthony Gennaro Jr. and Lisa Gennaro. This is in Council District 1. It was postponed from the October 10th meeting. Mr. Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Honorable Commission. Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm at P.O. Box 1810 in Covington, representing the succession of Gennaro, which is both the owner and petitioner in this particular case. As you will remember, at the October meeting, this case was postponed, and it was determined that we would have a community meeting Outside of the chamber, I met with most, if not all, of the residents that were in attendance that had an interest in the case, and they determined that Councilman-elect Rick Smith, now Councilman-elect Rick Smith, I think then he was still a candidate, but that he would be sort of the person that I would communicate with as it relates to trying to set up the community meeting. I then worked with staff and got available dates, and so when we got the dates on a Monday, the first date that was available was that Thursday for a community meeting, which we felt was too soon. We would have never gotten the word out to everyone. And believe it or not, there was only one other date available in November, and that is Monday, November 13. That's the only night this facility is available to host the community meeting. So I spoke to now Councilman-elect Smith, advised him of that date. He told me that he would let the people know that obviously there would be, I had pledged at the last commission meeting that this case would not go to public hearing before you to the extent that the petitioner has any control until we had conducted that community meeting. So it would be my hope that the commission would postpone that case this evening until your December 5 meeting, and would also, I guess, formalize the community meeting on Monday, November 13 at 6 p.m. at this meeting, and also announce which commissioners will be present to facilitate that community meeting. If there's any other questions or thoughts with regard to the process, I'll be glad to address them, but hopefully that's in line with what we had envisioned last month.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. All right, I have a number of cards here from people. Let's see what we got. Looks like most of them are going to be looks like most of them that I have are going to be against, but we're still going to have the community meeting. Now, the question I've got to the folks that have filled out cards and are here tonight, this was discussed at last month's meeting to have the community meeting, and I got a Lillian Schessler?
Stiegler.
Okay. Do you understand we're going to postpone this till the 13th of November?
Yeah, I understand. I will say that, there was no...
Come to the microphone.
Okay. I'll say that there was no mechanism for contacting all of the people, and so we had a brief meeting outside of the chambers last time, and then we didn't hear another thing about the community meeting after that. I didn't. So,
Okay.
Just so you know, it wasn't like advertised or...
Okay. No, it wouldn't necessarily be advertised for a community meeting.
Right. There was just no way for everybody in the area to know about it.
Well, it would be generally Mr. Shane and the people that were out, the outside of the chambers.
Right.
And
But some might not want people to know about it.
well, that's a different.
That's just
issue.
possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
I have a card on Joshua Mueller. Do you understand we're going to postpone? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if you agree, we can send an email to all who filled out a card at the last meeting and send them, the information about the community meeting that will be taking place on the 13th.
You have their email addresses?
I have, yeah.
Okay. All right.
So if anybody filled out a card tonight,
Yeah. If anyone filled out a card this evening for this case in particular and would like to provide their email address, or if you want to take my email address,
I'll give your email.
Okay, the next one I have is Stacy Danford. Okay. Bernard Siegler.
Same thing she said.
Okay, all right. Rachel Labruzzo. Okay. Pam Rosalie.
I understand.
Okay. And Raylene Avocado. Okay. Those are the cards that I have for people wishing to speak, which, you know, right now, based on what we discussed previously, it will be on November the 13th. We will have a community meeting here in this chamber, and, you know, you're welcome to, you know, come and speak. We'll have, was it five commissioners?
No more than four.
Five? Okay, no more than five. So, pardon?
What time?
It will be at Jeff 6.
When is it?
6 o'clock on the 13th of November.
I'll be at Hilton.
All right, any of the commissioners wish to participate? Tom? Brooke?
Thank you.
Ken?
I'll be at Hilton Head.
Pardon?
I'll be out of town.
Okay. All right, that's 3.
Carlo and Robert.
I got Carlos and Robert. Ken?
Rest and Seeker.
Oh, and Tom, okay. I missed Tom. So I'll throw my name on the hat, that makes 5.
Big voice.
Oh, I didn't. You know, John Gaines had said that he would, let's see,
Somebody's got to bow out. Then.
So we just read it from.
all right, we've got 5, but I've got another commissioner who's not here tonight for personal reasons.
Yeah.
Right now, we've got Tom, Ken, Robert, Carlos, and myself. That's the 5.
It was Meredith, actually.
I need to ask one of you to, I'm going to say, remove your name so I can put John Gaines in.
Okay.
Okay. Ken, I'll take you off and put John Gaines in. Thank you. All right. Pardon?
We still need a motion, a second, a vote.
To postpone.
You better put your foot in there.
All right.
What size is that shirt?
We need to, we're going to have a motion and a second and a vote here in just a minute. I want to call on Commissioner Seeger.
I just want to thank the petitioner. They're the ones that actually requested the community meeting. I wanted to remind everybody that, and I wanted to thank the people that are, the residents that are here tonight for your continued patience in this. We are trying to do this so that you do have a voice, and we're just jammed with elections and things like that. That being said, I move to postpone 1 month.
Case 3513.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Shane, did you?
heard some others in the back as well as myself. Not sure who the final group is.
Okay,
If you could just go through the list
I will.
audibly so that we can all hear it.
I will. Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Truxillo.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we got a second?
Because we can't hear what you say in the back, we hear you fine.
There is just a request that the chairman list the members of the commission that are going to be at the community meeting, which is scheduled for November 13th here in these chambers at 6 p.m. And the 5 commissioners that are going to be attending are Commissioner Tom Seeger, Robert Troncoso, Carlo Hernandez, John Gaines, and Dave Doherty.
Okay, turn the speaker volume up.
It's been getting a lot of static if I do it higher.
Do what now?
There's a lot of static if I do it.
Okay, well, they're having trouble hearing in the back. Okay. Okay. All right, did y'all hear the number and the people that are going to be, the commissioners that'll be at the community meeting? Those particularly the ones in the back that were having trouble hearing.
We couldn't hear the lawyer talking.
Pardon?
We couldn't hear the lawyer talking.
Okay, it may have been off, but that's got the date set for November the 13th, and the commissioners were read by our legal counsel. So I'll call for a vote. Please vote. Do we have to say?
Yes. we did. The motion to postpone for 1 month carries.
All right, Helen?
Yes. On page 3, number 16, we have a request to postpone 2023-3574 ZC. And Mr. Jeff Shane is here representing the case.
Yes.
Okay. Number 16 is cases 2023-3574-ZC. Existing zoning is NC4, Neighborhood Institutional District. Proposed zoning is CBF1, Community-Based Facilities. Parcel located on the southwest corner of Louisiana Highway 21 and Keys Road, Covington, Ward 1, District 1. It's 3.3 acres. Petitioner Jeffrey Shane. The owner's 21 Keys Southwest LLC. It's in Council District 1. Mr. Shane.
Thank you, Chairman. Could we also combine the first case in the PR with this?
Yeah, let me read it.
Yes, sir.
Helen, you want to?
That's correct. We also have a request to postpone item 18, 2023-3583 PR, or the first PR on the agenda on page 3.
Okay. This is case 2023-3583-PR, Youth Family Entertainment Center, corridors, Highway 21 Planned Corridor. Zoning is NC4, Neighborhood Institutional District. Use 2-story plus 1,850 square foot. Petitioner is Jeffrey Duchesne. Owner is 21 Keys Southwest LLC. Parcel located on the west side of Louisiana Highway 21, south of Keys Road, north of Pinecrest Drive, Covington. This case and the previous case I read, petitioner is requesting that these be handled together. So I've got that all read into the record, and I'll go to Mr. Shane now.
It is. It wasn't on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. and hopefully everyone can hear me. Jeff Shane on behalf of the Jones Fussell Law Firm at P.O. Box 1810 in Covington. I represent the prospective purchaser and developer of this tract, Mr. Tyler Richardson, in connection with the zoning case, which is the 16th case on the agenda, and also the plan review, which is the companion case because this property is on Highway 21 and is in a plan review corridor. The history of this case is that probably beginning in mid-October, I received calls from various representatives of subdivisions in the area making inquiry about the case. I sent them data with regard to the case, the things that we had filed with the parish, and had brief discussions with them. I told them at the time, verbally and also by email, that there was a great likelihood that we would request postponement this evening because I envisioned there would be a lot of people that would have concerns and that there would be a need for a community meeting. In addition to that, when the staff report was issued last week, staff requested postponement of the plan review case as well. And in line with what I suspected, meaning that this might be another good opportunity for a community meeting, we would respectfully request that we postpone the case this evening. And it may be that it will need to be postponed on December 5. And the reasons would be, as I just said in the prior case, the only date available for a community meeting in November was November 13th. We have not completed all of the revisions, submissions that we will be tendering to staff. We've submitted some of them, I think, on Monday of this week. So I'd like to let staff review the things that we submit, get a new staff report. And this case really takes the same complexion as the last case did last month, when we envisioned that although it would be on the docket for the following month, it was likely that the community meeting would not be able to be held. So I think the greater likelihood, the request would be that both cases be postponed this evening. I think in fairness to all, we put them on the December 5 docket, but that there would be a likelihood that we would request a community meeting in December at a date to be provided. And that community meeting can then be set. You can decide which commissioners are going to attend, and we'd have a community meeting in December. Because there's been a lot of interest. We've gotten a lot of inquiry about the case, and I respect that. And I think the community meeting format will give everyone a better opportunity to express themselves, and perhaps it will make our public hearing, whenever that might be, more efficient and just a better opportunity, as everyone will have some understanding of what's going on. So the request would be to postpone, and in December, we would probably ask for a second postponement and a community meeting be set in December. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Helen, are you at a time when we can set a date in December for this community meeting?
Usually, the time or the date that is set is the third Tuesday of the month. However, it's going to fall on December 21st, which I don't know if this is the best time to have it. I sent an email to the council office, so I don't have the date exact. So we'll have to have the date available on December 5th.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go through all these cards that we've got. And Helen, you handed out cards on the last meeting so that they could have your email address. Was that what you were doing?
That's what I was doing earlier, yeah.
Okay. Probably going to have to do it. You got a good stock of cards? All right. The first person that has turned in a card to speak is Alan Haber.
Yes.
Harbert. And we're going to end up postponing both of these, and Ms. Lambert will get you a card so that you have her email address and so that can have communication. Okay. Sally Webb? Okay. Kurt Scott? Betty Ebert? Sure it's Gwen Belote? Andre?
May I say a few words?
Pardon?
May I say a few words?
No, not right now. This is, we're talking about getting you folks notified that this is going to be postponed, and then we will come up with a date once we get word from the council. Okay?
There's not a pending motion to postpone.
Is it related to the postponement?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to say a few words because this is the first time this project has hit the public agenda. My name is Andre Malo, 15412 Maloit Lane South. I live in Jafonta Trace subdivision off Keys Road. I'm president of the Jafonta Trace HOA. And I want to state for the record that I personally believe this is a desirable project and one that is needed in our area. But it doesn't belong on the corner of Keys and Highway 21.
Okay.
I just want to say that for the record.
Okay, thank you. All right, Connie Hart. Eileen Hodgkins. Lindsay Pons. Email White. Robert Pennick. Grady King. Robert Jones. And Michelle Harris. Okay. Helen will go through the audience and hand out business cards. Is that what we're doing?
At this time, I'll be happy to provide my email if necessary. However, at this time, we do not have a date. So the date will be settled, or we'll announce a date on December 5th.
Okay. How are we going to contact with these folks?
Well, we have some speaker cards. Hopefully, we have some email address. If not, as I said, I'll be happy to provide my email if anyone wants to ask some questions or.
Okay, all right.
Don't believe the form had any place for an email address.
I can't hear you. Come to the mic.
There's no place on the form for an email address.
There's no place on the form for an email address,
You're right.
so they're not going to get it from that.
Okay.
It would be easier, I believe, if Helen could just announce her email address so that everyone here would already have it.
Okay. Helen, would you go ahead and announce your email address? Speak loud. Go ahead and announce your email address. Speak loud.
My email address is H like Helen, Lambert, Lambert, at STPG-TV.org.
Say again. Say that again.
H Lambert at STP like St. Tammany Parish gov.org.
L-E?
H Lambert, Lambert.
All right. Has everybody got her email address? All right. I want to bring it back to the commission. We need a motion and a second to postpone. We'll have to do this separately on these two cases. First one is 3574 ZC. Commissioner Truxillo.
Jeff, come up to the microphone, please.
Yes, sir.
It seems to me, after all this conversation, that we won't have any information till after December 5th. So why not postpone until January instead of having people coming here in December and then again back in January?
Well, we can, but our hope is that not only by the email system, but on December 5th, just as you set a community meeting tonight for November 13 in that prior case, on December 5th, you should hopefully be able to set a community meeting for December.
I understand that part, but if it's on the agenda for December 5th, people will be coming out here visiting this chamber again on December 5th.
I'll make the same commitment that I made last month in the other case, and that is we will not ask the commission to go forward with a public hearing until we've had a community meeting, so that the people understand that there's not going to be a public hearing December 5th.
No, I understand that. So why put it on agenda for December 5th?
Well, I think we have to, Helen, you can answer that, but we have to have it on the agenda because it has to be advertised and everything. Is that correct, Helen?
That's correct. And at this time, as you can see on the staff report, it indicates that some information has not been provided. Mr. Shane's team will more than likely provide that information as soon as available. It would allow us to complete our staff report and to have it to the Planning and Zoning Commissioners available, a week before the meeting, as well as posted on the website. And it will allow you to review it. And then come December 5th, we'll be able to officially announce the proposed date for the community meeting and appoint some of the commissioners who would like to attend.
Well, okay, I think that's kind of backwards myself. I still think we need to move it to January. I want to hear from the rest of my commission before I say anything.
All right, Commissioner McInnes.
I was going to second the motion.
You didn't make a motion.
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm happy to postpone it for 1 month.
All right, motion
move
by
to
Commissioner
postpone.
McInnes to postpone for 1 month. Commissioner Seeger.
Second that motion.
Second by Commissioner Seeger. All right.
And I'd like to point out, too, for the public that's here tonight, is these meetings are live streamed on the STP.gov website. So if you're not able to make it to the December 5th meeting, where this is on the agenda most likely just to establish the community meeting later in that month, you can watch it on the website to find out when that community meeting will be held, if you don't want to make it into the chambers on December 5th.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to postpone 3574 ZC. Please vote.
The motion to postpone for 1 month carries.
All right, we'll go to the 2023-3583-PR. Commissioner Seeger.
Move to postpone for 1 month.
Motion by Commissioner Seeger to postpone for 1 month. Commissioner Crawford. Second by Commissioner Crawford. Please vote.
The motion to postpone for 1 month carries.
Okay. Thank y'all for coming out. I'm sorry we weren't able to really handle these cases, but hopefully we'll get everything in line so that we will be able to handle in December. I'm going to hold up for just a minute to let folks get out and get a little quiet.
Where'd you find them? So there are QR codes that I made on the back, so you can just get the agenda and the link.
All right. Thank y'all, and we will go back to the agenda. Helen, that was all the postponements, right? All right, we'll go to item 1, 2023-3471-ZC. This is a text change, an ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, sections 130-918, 130-945, and 130-969 to remove the term apartments from the definition of lodging as set forth in those ordinances. Staff?
Last time this case was before you, I believe the commission had a few questions as it relates to non-conforming uses. Staff did some research related to the existing apartment complexes located in St. Tammany Parish, and there are 4 existing apartment complexes that have either HC2 or HC3 zoning. Removing the term apartments from the HC2, HC2A, and HC3 zoning classification would effectively make these existing apartment complexes legal non-conforming. What that means, and I've spelled this out on page 2 of your staff report in blue text to indicate that that's new text for you. But essentially, it means that any alterations or expansions would have to conform to the non-conforming ordinance. You can see here, I'll kind of save everyone the time for reading all this out, but there's specific language that a non-conforming use would have to adhere to if it's altered or expanded. Staff has also printed out Division 3 of the non-conforming language and given that to you. It essentially says that any non-conforming building or structure which has been damaged to the extent of not exceeding 50% of its replacement valuation by act of God may be reconstructed or reused as before if done so within 6 months from the time such damage occurred. We put together a table on page 3 of your staff report that's also in blue, and it essentially lays out the 4 existing multifamily zoning classifications with the appropriate zoning and for the complexes based on the acreage and the density. So you can see what the appropriate zoning classification is for each of those apartment complexes that would be legal nonconforming if the proposed text change were to be passed. In sum, if the zoning commission moves to recommend approval for the draft ordinance to remove the term apartments from these zoning classifications, staff recommends the parish council rezone at least these 4 districts to ensure that they're not non-conforming and they are they adhere to the correct zoning classification.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Shane, got a card from you.
Could I ask you to pass those out? No, if it's the same. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, we haven't changed it. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Mr. Chair, Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm, P.O. Box 1810 in Covington, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak concerning this proposed amendment. Similar to the comments I made last month, I'm really not sure this amendment is a good idea. I realize it comes to you from the council, but my thoughts would include, to my knowledge, we have never had problems, the parish, the public, as it relates to multifamily or apartment projects that have been built in the highway commercial districts. That doesn't mean that it's not a good question to discuss a debate. I think staff's report is excellent as it relates to not only giving us the history of multifamily projects in highway commercial districts in our parish, but also going beyond our parish so that we can learn what neighboring parishes, other parishes throughout the state, how they're handling this issue. The principal concern I have, as voiced last month, is that not only do I think it's a poor idea to exclude multifamily from highway commercial, but I also have great concern about how those multifamily projects that have either been constructed already in the highway commercial district or those that are permitted and have an opportunity to be built in the highway commercial district. And why so? And I think it's, as staff has advised you, you have projects in place already and some projects that hope to be under construction in 2024, that if 50% or more of those structures were lost due to some form of catastrophe, that could be a hurricane, a tornado, a fire, a variety of things, in their non-conforming, as a result of this amendment, I do not believe they would be able to pull a permit to rebuild or refurbish their investment. That not only affects the owner of the complex or the structure, the development, it affects its lender, and it affects all the people that live in that development. Not that they're not going to be displaced for some period of time, but the point is we suddenly take projects that apparently are comfortably in place in the highway commercial district in our parish, and we have eliminated them unless they are able to come back to you and the council and seek rezoning. And I certainly understand the import of staff's suggestion that if the council were to pass this amendment or some modification to it, that they consider rezoning those tracts. But think of the risk if they do not rezone all of those tracts to A6, A7, or A8. By way of example, if you have a 260-unit complex, which I would guess has a value in the range of $35 to $40 million, you suddenly find that by virtue of this legislation, you could have incredible situation, circumstance, consequence, negative. So the amendment that has been handed out to you this evening, which is the same amendment I provided last week, I think that if you are going to make a recommendation to the council to support the council's ordinance, I would respectfully request that you consider adding the language that I provided or something close to it. And that language is only to protect those facilities in place or those facilities that are permitted. If it's a legislative will that we're not going to have new projects in the future in highway commercial, although I disagree with that evaluation, I understand it, but I don't think that legislative decision ultimately by the council should be to the prejudice of those that have an investment in our parish with regard to these structures. The other comments I'd like to make is that typically the infrastructure that is available for highway commercial zoning will also support the multifamily development that might go in that highway commercial zoning. And someone might question that and say, well, Mr. Shane, are you telling me that the infrastructure is going to be in place for a 400-unit apartment complex just because it's zoned highway commercial? No, that's not what I'm saying. If you take a look at HC2, HC2A, et cetera, you will see that there are finite limits on the number of units. Unlike A6, A7, and A8, the density is not based on 1 unit per so many square feet. I might also add that these parcels would also certainly require production of hydrology studies, traffic studies, all of the things that you would have even if it were zoned A6, A7, or A8. So from my perspective, and I don't think it's a terrible bias or being selfish, but I think the same protections are in place to make sure that if a project doesn't belong there, it won't end up there because it's got to pass the muster of the studies I just mentioned. What I think would be a mistake is if you take a look at other parishes, they apparently have systems that are very similar to what we currently have, and that is they allow the multifamily to exist in the highway commercial zones, provided, again, the impacts are measured versus studies. So I'm going to sit down and let others speak, but in summary, what would I ask you to consider? I would ask you to reject the proposed amendment that was sent to you by the council, believing that the current system accommodates the need, and also I am not aware of any reported problems as it relates to multifamily and highway commercial zones. Number two, I would suggest that if you are inclined to recommend approval of the ordinance that the council sent you, I would respectfully request that you consider the amendment that I provided to you this evening to provide protection to those that have vested rights, either completed structures or permits, so that they will not be unduly and unfairly at risk. I think that it's going to create potential litigation situations if one of those catastrophes were to occur and these projects were not able to restore themselves, so people aren't able to protect their investment. So long way to go this evening on this subject. I realize that. If there's another opportunity for me to answer questions or make additional comments, I'll reserve the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shea. Tony Ledbetter? Tony Ledbetter. Is Tony Ledbetter here? Okay, we'll lay that one aside. Ross, Helen, and some of Mr. Shane's comments, and correct me if I'm wrong, if we had structures in the HC2, 2A, 3, and somehow, some way, I know we handle some things as a non-conforming use, maybe not in those zoning, but, and maybe legal wants to step in on this, would there be a possibility for somebody that has a hotel complex and something happens and they could go back and rebuild it, or I don't know if that's the right word or not, but and have it as a non-conforming use? Ross?
Well, I mean, essentially, I think what Aaron was speaking about in the staff report is, accurate in that if apartments are removed from HC and the current existing structures remain HC, then if they're destroyed by plus 50%, then yes, they would not be able to be rebuilt. However, if they're rezoned to the classifications noted in the staff report, then they would be able to have, full protection and be able to be rebuilt in the event of destruction.
I would just add well, first to clarify that this ordinance does not remove the lodging districts altogether from HC 1, 2A, and 2. It just removes apartments as a permitted use in that section related to lodging. And then secondly, related to Mr. Shane's proposed amendment, my concern with that proposed amendment as it relates to projects that are permitted but not yet built is that the legal non-conforming ordinances and our code of ordinances pertains to uses that have been established. And I think there may be a question as to whether a use has been established for a project that is permitted and not yet built. So that'd be one thing I would caution when considering that amendment.
But also not permitted either, just to clarify.
Okay. That's the only two cards that I had, Mr. Shane and
Jimmy Davis.
Jimmy? This is Councilman Jimmy Davis, for those of you that don't know.
Well, tonight I'm Jimmy Davis. I live at 26629 Mandane Drive in Lacombe, Louisiana. I believe the ordinance as written and reviewed by the Planning and Development Department with their comments about it tonight is sufficient, so I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. we need to do something with this ordinance. Mr. Shane?
I don't think I need the remainder of my time, but if I could, I'd like to make a few comments.
Okay.
Number one, my comments are not directed as it relates to any one project. I know Mr. Liner, I think, suggested that maybe no permits had been issued in the project in question. At least that's what I think I understood. But this process, even if there's a recommendation made this evening, the earliest this ordinance would be adopted would be January by the council. So there might be an opportunity that permits would be issued. And I understand legal counsel's concern or comment as it relates to the permitting issue. I would only suggest that I think projects that are permitted traditionally under the law are considered to have vested rights, and I think if there's clear legislative authority in your ordinance that says those permitted projects are protected, I think you have that prerogative. That's just maybe a difference of opinion that I have with Ms. Cuvion, and certainly respect her position, but I want to mention that. So thank you for the time.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We've cleared all the cards, so I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Horn.
All right. These questions I have are mainly for staff, for clarity, because it seems like there's a lot of different properties that can be involved in this. I understand, I guess I'm gonna work from the bottom now because some things were addressed. The existing 4 properties that were identified, I do understand that if they are 50% damaged by hurricane, fire, whatever that is, they would not be able to rebuild under the way that the ordinance is written. The confusing part, which is the second part of my question on this same question, is when the words apartments, are we speaking about actual apartment complexes, or are we speaking about hotels, lodging that have extended stays to where they can live in it as an apartment, as we see some hotels operating as motels with, you're paying like rent to stay there? Is that what we're speaking about?
No, we're talking about traditional apartment complexes.
Okay, so the word lodging, when we look in the in the description of the definition of lodging as set forth in those, when it says remove an apartment from lodging, explain that to me a little bit more.
Yep.
It seems like we're dancing around something.
Yep, so in lodging, there's parentheses right after it that says, if I'm not mistaken, because I'm not looking at it, it says, including apartments, hotels, and motels. Motels and hotels would remain, and apartments just would be removed. So the hotels, motels, no matter how they operate as a hotel or motel, would still be an allowable use by right. Extended stay or, one night. If it's a motel or a hotel, that's the classification of the business. It would remain, which is different than an apartment.
Different from an apartment, okay. So the 4 that exist, they're actually apartment complexes,
Correct.
not lodging.
Correct.
So when we change it, would we change it, when we change this, it's going to change them to fit in the way the rest of the apartments in St. Tammany Parish are zoned?
Correct.
So what's the damage actually when we're changing it to an apartment zoning in which you operate, in which the way you're supposed to be doing it, and not a hotel? What damage?
The damage is if we don't actually change it to the classification that's listed in your staff report. If we don't change those 4 existing to the correct multifamily classification, then that's the problem.
Because they could operate as a
legal nonconforming and then get destroyed and then not be able to come back.
Understood. That you cleared up everything.
Thank you.
Commissioner Narcisse.
I'm okay with the idea that apartments should be under one zoning classification or the A's. I'm okay with that, but there has to be a way to protect the ones that already exist. I mean, that makes sense. It clearly makes sense. We got to protect the citizens and their assets to what they've already built. So I don't know legal if that's something we can do, is to either rezone them as part of the amendment or to grandfather them in some way with the amendment. I don't know. Clarification.
So if the ordinance is passed as currently drafted and it's not amended in any way to include the language from Mr. Shane or any other amendments you all may devise, then they would be legal non-conforming uses, legally non-conforming apartment complexes. You could request that the council initiate a zoning change to rezone those properties from their current HC designation to a multifamily designation, A6, A7, or A8. But you all cannot actually do that, accomplish that zoning change. That would have to be by the council. You all could recommend that zoning change, but the council would ultimately have to do that by ordinance to change the zoning map. And hopefully, in cooperation with the property owners who own those properties currently. Or you all could propose an amendment to the ordinance as it's currently drafted to see if there's a legal protection for those properties that could withstand judicial scrutiny if it comes to that.
Like I said, I'm going to wait to hear what the other members of this body say on that, because I would love to see that amendment to protect what's already there.
Okay. Commissioner Rest.
So what I'm struggling a little bit here with is that if I own that piece of property right now and I purchased it as an HC property or highway commercial property, I'm losing, if we change the zoning on them, I lose flexibility of that piece of property long-term. Seems to me as the owner of that piece of property, right now, the way it's zoned, I've got a lot of flexibility on the uses for that property, and to me, the value of the property. So if we get off the HC and make them go to all the A because of what's there already, then if they want to go commercial, they got to come back and get rezoned. So we've kind of put them in a place where maybe they invested with the thoughts of, hey, I've got a lot of flexibility for this piece of property. And I'm not so sure we're not devaluing the property to some degree by rezoning it. I might be wrong, but I guess my proposal is, I'm not even sure if when I got done reading all this that staff is 100% bought in on we should change this. My feeling was they've offered some ways that we can do it, but I'm not sure. And it seems to me the appropriate tool to maybe address this instead of trying to do it in an ordinance right now would be continuing to review this through the UDC process and the rewrite and capture it, whatever we need to do with that process, instead of trying to do something through an ordinance right now. If something needs to be done, where that way we can get the input from everybody that needs to be, the thoughts can go with it, and just capture if something needs to be done or not. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I'm not really sold on we're not doing a disservice to the people that already own that property. I tend to agree that we may be devaluing their property in the long run. So,
Just a reminder, valuation of property is not necessarily consideration on zoning changes.
I understand that, but this is an ordinance to, well, never mind. That's
Commissioner Troncoso.
I don't disagree with Commissioner Rest relative to the idea of the change of the zoning and/or coming from the standpoint of the fact that these projects, these four, have been developed, they've been financed, and they have a value. Now that matters, but they have a value. I'm grappling with this in that I feel, I agree with what you're saying, Ken, but at the same time, I'm also feel that the rezoning of the property to its current use is a safeguard relative to the alternative that's in front of us relative to going to a non-conforming. I'm not very comfortable about having something becoming non-conforming and then limiting in the non-conformance its ability to expand to 25%, which in a lot of cases really, it's not too bad because the units growth or 25% increase would be, not much more except for one unit, the largest one actually. The others are pretty close as far as what the expandability would be with the 25%. Based on the appropriate zoning as it's listed on the chart here, from that density standpoint, that would afford these existing apartments the opportunity to grow substantially in some cases. Some not so much, but the 3 out of the 4 would grow pretty well. So you're right. There's no easy answer here. But if I had to lean one way, it would be to allow these properties to be zoned at their current use. So I think that would be the fair thing to do. However, again, I'd like to hear more positions on this and conversation. So, thank you.
Commissioner Crawford.
A couple of questions. First, for staff, and Ross, I guess. Ken's idea of taking care of this in the UDC rewrite coming up certainly makes sense. If there was an ordinance, then we'd still do it in the UDC, the new UDC. If it was just done there and this ordinance was not passed, would these properties still turn out to be non-conforming uses at that point?
It would be the same process.
Same thing, okay.
And then there's, look, there's no guarantee of a UDC being adopted.
Right.
This is in front of us today.
Right, okay. A second question, the 4 that are identified here, are those the only 4 that in the whole parish that are affected by this?
From our staff research, that are zone HCs, correct. Thanks, Aaron.
And obviously, there's a lot more apartments, but I guess a lot of them are in city limits and that type of thing, not under...
They're zoned in the A6, A7, or A classification, not
Okay.
HCs.
Okay. And that's the other thing that I see here is in the table 4, which is a really good table, and I thank staff for putting this together, where they bring up the other parishes and what they have. It seems like a number of parishes, like East Baton Rouge, they don't have any residential zoning listed for apartments. Jefferson Parish has something called Core District Residential, but everything else seems to be business or commercial. Lafayette's got some residential uses, but Caddo Parish and Calcasieu Parish, they don't have any residential. It's all under commercial. Apartments would fall under commercial. And the confusion I have, and I strictly see this as a clarity issue, as I said last time, we've got 3 zoning classifications, specific zoning classifications for multifamily, A6, A7, A8, which is basically apartments. Multifamily designated as anything above 3 and up. And so it makes sense to me to move apartments to A6, 7, and 8. Certainly, I agree with everything that everyone else has said. We don't want to harm anybody. And in particular, these 4 apartments, they're just going through life, minding their own business, and certainly shouldn't have anything befall them in any way. Now, I think the proposal from the department was to have the council rezone those properties, assuming that the owners would be in agreement with that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the council, through their authority as a legislative body to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the parish, can rezone those properties even without, the involvement or,
Right.
Approval of the property owner.
Right, but obviously you'd want to
Sure.
discuss it with them and certainly see if it's in their best interest.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, just to move this along, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve, and we have some other people in the queue, but I'll make the motion.
Can you?
Okay, motion by Commissioner Crawford to approve as written.
As written with a recommendation to the council to rezone the 4 existing properties or any others that they deem to be in jeopardy, let's say.
Okay. Commissioner Horn.
So some of my questions were taken, and that's good. But I'd like to thank the staff for taking the patience to explain this to us, because there's a lot of moving parts here. But as you stated, one question before I ask, before I state, are any of these properties not functioning or abandoned? They're all functioning.
Yes.
So I understand that they can, if they are 50% destroyed, they can go back and rezone if they intend on using it as a hotel or lodging, but that's the process. And they just can't flip back and forth.
Right.
I second.
All right. Commissioner Truxillo?
I'm good, I'm the second.
Okay, all right.
And just to be clear, it's not an actual approval of the ordinance and a motion to recommended approval to the council.
Right.
Right. It is strictly a recommendation. All right, so we've got a motion and a second on ordinance 2023-3471 ZC. Please vote.
The motion to approve as written with recommendation carries.
All right. All right, we go to item 3, cases 2023-3514-ZC, existing zoning HC2 Highway Commercial District, proposed zoning HC2 Highway Commercial District, and EO Entertainment Overlay. Parcel located on the southeast side of Pontchartrain Drive, north of North Shore Circle, Slidell, Ward 9, District 13. It's 1.903 acres. The petitioner is Romaine Stilett and Maxim Volo. Not even going to try. What? Volivikov, that sounds good. And the owner is Stocks Finder LLC, McKism Volivikov, Council District 13. This was postponed from the October 10th meeting. Staff?
The subject property is currently undeveloped. The reason for the request is per section 6-34B, sale of high alcohol content is not permitted on premises located adjacent to single-family residential properties, zoned properties, or within 500 feet or less of a single-family residentially zoned property unless the owner has applied for and received the entertainment overlay or maintains a 100-foot no-cut buffer between the 2 properties. The purpose of the entertainment overlay is to accommodate entertainment-based uses, primarily to obtain a permit for the sale of beverages of high alcohol content. If approved, the applicant would be permitted to apply for a liquor license with St. Tammany Parish Sheriffs as well as Louisiana ATC office to serve/sell higher alcohol content on site with an approved building and site work permit.
Thank you. Do we have the owner or petitioner here? Come to the mic, please. Good evening. Are we having fun?
Good evening.
And how are you, sir?
I'm doing great, thank you.
All right. I don't have anyone in the queue. Do you have any other comments that you'd like to make to the commission?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak for or against on this?
Yes.
The gentleman raised his hand. You for or against?
Against.
Did you fill out a speaker card? Do you wish to speak? Okay. Come forward.
And you'll have time after.
Shall I go?
Yeah.
State your name and address and
Yes,
fill out
sir.
the speaker card.
It's Richard Coolion, 322 Moonraker. I'm directly behind the property. Okay. And I hate to say I'm against, but I don't have any idea what your plans are. There's no building there. That's an empty lot. I heard something about food trucks. Is alcohol going to be presented out of a food truck? Is there going to be a structure? I would expect. Good. I'm just looking to get educated on it. It's an empty lot, and they're looking to serve hard alcohol, and it's an empty lot. So that's about it.
Okay.
Good.
All right.
Thanks. Thank you.
You want to rebut?
Yeah, I would like to explain a little bit, and I understand his concern, obviously. So we have 2 acres of lot. We intend to have 3 to 4 food trucks and a small restaurant. The alcohol will be served out of the restaurants. We talk about high content, you always scare people, but really what we want to do is, when you have a meal, if you want to have any type of liquor, we want to be able to serve it, not just wine, not just beer, but whatever the customer wants. Also, I'm a father of 2, my partner is a father of 2 as well. We really want to do a community business, which is, it's meant to have not only food trucks which serve different type of alcohol, different type of food. We also want to have a kids playground and a small beach volley court to entertain all the community around us. At the meantime, we would like in the future do free yoga classes for everybody that wants to at 5 p.m. on every Thursday. We would like to start to do a fresh market, if possible, and flea market to attract interest into the business. So it's not like we're not developing a bar or anything of the sort. It's really the name's called Bohemia Beach, so it's on the water. It's going to be food truck, a little bit of sand. It's going to be like a lot of trees, a small restaurants, and a lot of activities for all the neighbors around us. So that's the concept of Bohemia Beach in this location.
Okay. Thank you. The other gentleman, you wish to rebut?
I guess as things move forward, those would be stated, everything would be planned out.
Yes, sir.
It would come back up for vote before you would get the approval. Is that
I would
correct?
imagine. I don't know the process.
Didn't know the process.
I don't know the process either.
Yes. So just wanted to make sure that you guys are involved in the layout, the hours of operation, how the liquor would be dispensed.
That's all
I
in the
just,
ordinances.
it's just the whole process.
But it wouldn't come back to a public hearing. It would not come back to a public hearing, but we would provide permits and review, but it wouldn't necessarily be a public hearing.
Okay, so this would be my last stand. Okay. All right, I guess that's it. Yes, I would like that. That would be great. I'm good.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Troncoso.
Yes, I have a question for the staff regarding this. In the posting of this was, since it's a body of water that's in between this property and Eden Isles, was Eden Isles notified? Or is there signage, or does anybody know about this?
A sign was posted on the property, which is located directly right across the street from Car Drive. If you give me a moment, I can pull up the sign posting dates as well as.
The positioning is what I'm concerned about. Is there anybody? I mean, because there are other businesses along that stretch, but there's a body of water that's between
Correct.
this commercial property and a heavy residential area.
I understand, yes. So the way the ordinance is described as far as notification for the public, we use the St. Tammany Parish GIS assessor's map, and we send letters to any abutting property within 300 feet of the subject property.
Okay, so the other side of the water was notified. Gotcha, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve the entertainment layout. No, but I have a question relative to this. Is live music allowed in this entertainment overlay?
Yes.
So live music would be,
Subject to the noise ordinances.
yeah, gentlemen, are you planning on having live music?
I'm not planning on having any DJs or any live music. If I do, it will be before 10. We're planning to close at 10, like every restaurant in the neighborhood.
I mean,
we're not planning to close at like 4 a.m. So the quick answer is it's possible, but if we do, it will be like a two-piece band, and it will be early. It's not gonna be lasting all night long and loud as you can.
I mean, it's just that I stood on that property and I could see the gentleman that was speaking earlier, his back door.
Exactly.
And it's just a concern, relative to the noise issue and et cetera. Of course, it is zoned commercial. So, but anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I make a motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Troncoso to approve. Commissioner Horn.
I'm kind of concerned about this project. Understand it's already commercial. It is in the middle of residential area. There's going to be food trucks, there's going to be entertainment, things like that, something that this neighborhood doesn't already have. Parking for the gathering of a space like this, is there adamant parking staff to be able to?
Yeah, so right now, we're just talking about the zoning, but when he comes in for a site plan review, he's going to have to meet all the ordinances in place on site and structure provisions. So he'll have to adhere to all the ordinances requiring parking, buffers, landscaping, and things like that.
Okay, I'm just going to stay with my question, I'm not going to move.
Okay, Commissioner Truxillo.
I second.
Second by Commissioner Truxillo. Commissioner McInnes.
I want to echo Commissioner Horn in that I'm just concerned that this is in the middle of a residential area, and the zoning, we understand what his plans are, but there's no guarantee that's what's going to happen there. We're just talking about zoning here, and what is this zoning going to allow? And I just have concerns.
So the purpose of the entertainment overlay is to allow for the sale of high alcoholic content beverages when the establishment is adjacent to residentially zoned properties. So that is essentially what the EO, the entertainment overlay, does. It allows sale of alcohol, high volume alcohol.
With also additional restrictions, as far as, protections, because of, that's why they need the entertainment overlay, is to provide protections to surrounding properties. But also, it's currently zoned HC2, so they're just looking for the entertainment overlay at this stage. It's already zoned, the zoning they have for commercial.
So could I ask, would all these activities that he mentioned, the food truck and so forth, be allowed, and the music, be allowed under the current zoning?
Yes.
Yes.
So the only difference is alcohol or not?
Yes.
Just want to
Okay.
clarify, it's high alcohol content at this time, beer and wine. A permit to serve beer and wine could be applied for.
Okay.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second to approve. Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
All right. Thank you. All right, we go to case, that's item 4, 2023-3515-ZC. Existing zoning is A3 Suburban District. Proposed zoning is A3 Suburban District and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay. Location, parcel located on the west side of Howes Beach Boulevard, being lots 5, 6, Square 2, Homeland Heights Subdivision, Slide L, Ward 9, District 12. It's .14 acres. The petitioner is Maggie McBride. The owner is Alba Perguda, Council District 12. Staff?
The subject property is currently undeveloped. The applicant intends to apply for a minor re-subdivision to create a buildable lot of record from lot of record 6A from lots 5 and 6 Square 2 in the Homeland Heights subdivision. The re-subdivision would allow the applicant to apply for a building permit. Within the 100-foot radius of the subject property, there appear to be at least 4 manufactured homes. The Homeland Heights subdivision has around 5 single-family residences, 4 of which appear to be manufactured houses. If approved, the applicant could apply for a building permit to place a mobile home on the property.
Okay, thank you. Is the petitioner or owner here, McBride or Perguda? Come to the microphone, please. Good evening.
Hi,
And you are?
I'm Maggie. Maggie McBride.
Okay. And the other lady?
Alba Mendoza.
Okay. So you got anything you want to add?
No, she just wants to put a mobile home there.
Okay. Let's see, we've got some folks here that want to speak against, so let me bring them up.
Okay.
Keela, Robert Mosley,
Keela Schuler?
just a minute.
Oh, that's all right.
Good evening, folks. Robert Mosley. I live at 56344 Almanaster in Slidell. Now, that's in Spanish Trail Highlands, but Homeland Heights is north of my property, and it traverses Spanish Trail on the from my property north to Lopez. That place has been a nuisance ever since it was put there. They had a meth lab in there. They got scrappers. They had dope heads. And they had a fellow pull a camper trailer up in there about 125 feet from my property. And I didn't say anything about it. He was getting power from a neighboring trailer. And I was cleaning my property, and I looked in the ditch, and it looked like feces. So I followed it back to the camper trailer, and this dude had ran the sewer line from the camper trailer right into the ditch. And I said, no, that's it, I'm done. So I made it a mission to clean that place up. And it's taken me a lot of time and a lot of people to get that cleaned up. I called code enforcement. They took care of the trailer first. And then the law is always up in there for one reason or another. It's on the weekend, let's see who can do the longest burnout. So once code got up in there, and they burnt wire too, there were scrappers. So I called Fire District 1. And there was problems in Spanish Trail as well. And I put a monumental task on code enforcement. But it's taken a lot of time and a lot of years, but that's finally cleaned up. And there's 3 trailers on the east side, and there's 5 on the west side, 3 of which are a bit dodgy. And I had to call code enforcement back out there again on one of the properties, and there's feces in the ditch again from one of the trailers on the west side. I don't know which one it is, but I gave them a target address. I called environmental. So they're dealing with that. and codes handling the blight. It's still a messy area. An MHO in there is going to open the border up for deja vu for me. And it's just going to go south. They're predominantly stick-built homes. Not in Homeland Heights, but in Spanish Trail, it backs up to Homeland, okay? And between the law, Fire District 1, and code enforcement, it's actually a pleasure to live there again. And I saw this, my wife found it actually, and we just don't need any more trailers in there. It can stay as is, where it is, and it's peaceful now. It's actually a pleasure to live there again. Environmental's got to deal with the sewage in the ditch, and code will deal with the blight on this one trailer. But other than that, it's been a lot of work to clean it up, and we just don't need to trailer it up again. It can stay just like it is. Or some savvy businessman could buy that land and put some houses on it. You could probably get 8 houses. It would be like a mini subdivision, I believe is what you all call it. And that would be positive. But there's been a lot of work from a lot of people to get this cleaned up. And the law has carted the dopers off. And from what I understand, they've all been convicted, doing jail time. And the other ones have left. So all of that humbug is done. And then I see this MHO, and I'm going, oh, we can't do this again. It's a small area, and eventually the trailers will be gone. And there's a lot of nice houses out there, and I just happen to have one of them. And this is right in my backyard.
Okay.
I can't deal with it anymore, so that's my case.
All right, thank you.
Well, thanks.
All right, I have a card on Keela Schuler.
Yes. Good evening. I'm Keela Schuler. I live at 56400 Houses Beach Boulevard. I was coming up to ask, can we put another mobile home? Because our mobile home got destroyed in Ida, where we live at. So we want to come back on the property that my mom owns. I don't know the rules to the mobile homes, but I know they said that we was grandfathered in if something ever happened to our mobile home, that we could come back with one, but I'm not sure.
Where's your lot?
Lot 19, 56400 Houses Beach, off of Old Spanish Trail, I think next to Lopez Drive.
Ma'am, if you want to call the office tomorrow, we can help you through the process.
Okay.
Okay?
What's the number here?
I'm going to give you my card.
Okay.
All right, just for the commission's information, and I'm guessing that all of the commissioners received a copy of the letter from the city of Slidell opposing this. So just take that into consideration, and we'll go from there. Commissioner Seeger. Pardon?
We have rebuttal time.
Oh, yes, you have rebuttal time if you want to come and rebut what was said against you.
I'm sorry. You have 5 minutes if you have anything else to add.
They just want to put a mobile home to live in it. It's not that, I mean, they've cleaned the lot already because it had a lot of trees before they bought it. They bought it from a big company, and so they've cleaned it to where, you know, they can try and put a trailer and live in it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am, you have rebuttal?
These people are our neighbors across the street, and they just want to live there. They're not trying to cause no trouble because the other family live.
Our mother-in-law lives right next door.
Yeah, live next door. They did clean the lot off real nice because they have a lot of lots over there that's overgrown.
Okay.
So yeah, they cleaned their lot off real nice. They nice people.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we've had Lee?
I think I have a card, and I don't know if it was picked up.
Not on this case. She's looking right now, Lee.
I don't see one.
Would you like to speak and fill out a card?
Good evening, Lee Domingue. I live at 34057 Bayou Liberty Road, and I'm here to speak against the rezoning of the property. And I do so not because I'm very familiar with the property, but I'm concerned about what's on the agenda for the rest of the evening. Tonight, we're going to have 9 different petitions for rezoning for an MHO overlay in roughly about 8 or 9 districts throughout the parish. The parishes, the districts that will be involved are 2, 3, 4, 7, 12, and 13, and there'll be 9 different requests for rezoning. Here's the problem that I want everybody to really grapple with, because it's bothering me tremendously. If we rezone these properties to allow a mobile home, a manufactured housing overlay, if you want to call it that, that rezoning is in perpetuity. I mean, 1,000,000 years from now, that property can have a trailer on it. Back in the old days, roughly 20 years ago, we had this conditional use overlay permit, which allowed someone to do this without a rezoning process. That no longer is available. I understand that. But to take a small lot in a pure single-family residentially zoned district and allow one property owner to change what is allowed in that district, and I'm talking about A1 through A4, which all of these occur in tonight that you'll be hearing about, but to allow one property owner to change all of that is to adversely affect every other property owner who bought or built home sites in that area and did so thinking that it was going to be A3, which prohibits trailers. And I just think it's unfair to those people who live there and have essentially abided by the rules of what the district requires, and to have somebody petitioning this group, which they have the right to do, to change the rules, I think should be looked upon with a very jaundiced eye. I think that doesn't benefit St. Tammany. I don't think it benefits the people who bought into those zoning districts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our neighborhood is a trailer neighborhood.
Ma'am?
That's what it started off as.
Okay, well,
They don't have no
you've had your opportunity to speak, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Domingue raised his hand, and I acknowledge it, so I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission.
Okay.
Okay? Commissioner Seeger.
Sir, to address your issue, I lost you. To address your issue, yes, we do take these on a case-by-case basis, and we cannot make a blanket statement. That's the reason this commission exists, is to take things on a case-by-case basis and make a decision. I have a question or two for Ms. McBride. Can you come up to the podium, please? Your manufactured home, is it going to be a new one or a used one?
¿Tu trailer va a ser nueva o usada? No sé cómo lo encuentren. They still haven't been looking because of the reason that we were trying to figure out if they were going to give them permission to put the trailer in there.
So to meet the criteria for putting a manufactured home on the property, it has to meet HUD specifications. When you do that, please, when you're looking, please make sure that it meets the current HUD specifications. The parish, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Que tiene que estar, en otras palabras, casi. no quiere una trila. Cuando se pone una trila. Yeah.
Also, for the public that's here, our parish has some pretty strict specifications for placing a manufactured home. That includes removing the tongue, so it is not a trailer, it is not movable. Skirting has to be placed around it, landscaping. There are stringent criteria that have to be met. It's not just, it is not a trailer. It is not a mobile home. It is a manufactured home. When I look at this case and I look at the aerials and I look at the surrounding usage, 3 sides have manufactured homes around them. This would be replacing a manufactured home that used to be on the property that was moved. Therefore, I move to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Seeger to approve. Commissioner Ricardo.
I have, ma'am, over here. Up here.
Sorry.
So it's my understanding that the lot is cleared, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the gentleman who spoke earlier about all the trash and the sewage and all, you didn't own that property then, did you?
No, her mother-in-law lives right next door, and they've put a fence around it already,
Yes, ma'am.
because they do have, small children. So they did put a fence around it because the mother-in-law lives right next door.
So you had nothing to do with the shenanigans that went on there prior to
No.
it for the gentleman who was up here before talking about all
No,
the
sir.
fecal matter and stuff like that?
No, sir.
That was one of my things. The other thing is, as the other commissioner had brought up about the other homes in the area, I too, we look at these on a case-by-case basis.
Correct.
I think that I believe, Ms. Helen, you're redoing the comprehensive zoning ordinance of readdressing some things as it relates to all of this.
We will.
And it's a tough call because not everybody can live in a brick and mortar house.
Right.
We have to look at the geographic area and the makeup of the area. And I am sympathetic to the people who live around there if a manufactured home goes in there. There's just tough calls that have to be made, and it's made, as Councilman, the Commissioner on the end said, on a case-by-case basis. We have some other ones coming up tonight for the gentleman who talked about changing a bunch of them. We have to look at each one on an individual basis. That's the purpose of you coming before us today. So based on that information, I'll second the motion on this item.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Horn.
All right, as stated, this is tough. It's tough because you have families who want to dwell, but you also have families who've invested in the area and they want to keep their area how they intended it to be. If it was in one situation before and it has grown to another situation now, it's growing. Growing is not actually going backwards. And as this community grows, as the city grows, our responsibility is to protect the welfare also of the community, of the parish, and the growth of the parish, how businesses intend to come, how communities are going to grow, how they're going to be established, how they're going to go forward in the future. And we do deal with this by case basis. And if anyone remembers, last month I spoke on another manufactured home. Gentleman wanted to put one on actual acreage that could have taken 4. And I spoke on that. I'm consistent with that. The homes and the people who live in the stick homes surrounding that area, what are they trying to grow and develop that area to? I'm going to take this moment to speak against this proposal in order to allow Parish to grow.
Anything else? Commissioner Crawford.
So I had a question regarding the communication that we got from the city of Slidell. City of Slidell had an objection to this zoning case, and the reason why is they said that the area is very close to city limits and is subject to future annexation, in which case the manufactured housing will be considered a non-conforming use and subject to removal. Does anybody at the staff level or the legal level can explain that? Would they, if this was approved and they got annexed, does the city of Slidell remove trailers, or do they not have trailers? Helen, do you have any idea?
Through the annexation process, if I'm not mistaken, they also have to look at the zoning of the property. So they don't necessarily have the same zoning that we have, the same category. So there's a possibility that they may assign or vote for a different zoning, which may or may not allow the use. However, if they apply for a building permit under the parish zoning, then it would be a use that would be grandfathered in. We can't dictate, if it's annexed into the city, we can't dictate what the zoning is going to become.
No, they just stated that it would be considered a non-conforming use, which I understand, but it says subject to removal. So I didn't know if they did that in Slidell, or they had the ability to do that.
I mean, I'm not an attorney, but I'm not aware that the mobile home would have to be removed immediately, unless if I'm missing some information, and maybe legal can add to my statement.
Emily, you have any insight on that?
No, not particularly. I was not copied on that correspondence from the city of Slidell. I'm just looking at it now, and it does look like it is in an annexation area that could be annexed by the city. But in terms of what their ordinance say relative to legal nonconforming uses and removal, I just can't speak to that tonight.
Okay. I just wanted to see if we could figure something out there. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Narcisse.
I echo the sentiments that we do this on a case-by-case basis, and I think a single family wanting to do it is a lot different than a major investor trying to develop multiple mobile homes in one area. Just a food for thought.
Okay. Commissioner Seeger.
I'm going to address, just for a moment, I think the letter said it may be annexed. That means it may not be annexed, and we have to deal with what is, it is not annexed right now. That's why it's under our jurisdiction, and I call for a vote.
We have a motion and a second?
Yes.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote.
Motion to approve carried.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we go to case 2023-3532-ZC. Existing zoning is A2 Suburban District. Proposed zoning is A3 Suburban District and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay. Location, parcel located on the north side of Rouville Road, east of South Oakland Drive, being lots 14C and 14D, Rouville's subdivision, Lacombe, Ward 7, District 7. It's 2.52 acres. Petitioner is Bayou Lacombe Investments Incorporated, Al Hamway. Owner is Bayou Lacombe Investments Incorporated, Daniel and Melanie Hamway, Council District 7. Staff?
The subject property is currently undeveloped. Rouville Road, if you've seen your report, is currently developed with a combination of traditional wood-framed homes and manufactured homes. The parcel located immediately across Rouville Road was rezoned from A2 Suburban District to A4 Single Family Residential and the MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay in 2020. The existing A2 allows for a minimum lot size of 1 acre with a density of 1 unit per acre, while the requested A3 allows for half-acre lot sizes and a density of 1 dwelling unit per every half acre. If approved, the applicant can apply for a re-subdivision, which they have under case number 2023-3533 MRA, which would allow for the creation of 3 lots from the existing 2. The attached survey in your staff report shows the proposed lots to be 0.840 acres each. If approved for the manufactured housing overlay and the subsequent minor re-subdivision, the applicant could apply for building permits to place a manufactured home on each lot.
Okay. Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good, sir. Thank you.
Good. You gonna tell us about this?
Yes, sir. I guess Mr. Narcisse may have called me a developer and investor with 3 lots that want to put mobile homes on it. I don't think I am. I'm just somebody who wants to put mobile homes on this property in order to provide affordable housing for some of the people in my community, which I'm sorry. Is it a question? Or
no.
Which I've lived in for 55 years. I live very close to this property. As it's said by the staff, the lot across the street, 30 feet away from our property, was zoned for mobile homes about 3 years ago. I think that the area has a number of mobile homes in it, a number of mobile home overlays throughout the area. The street is Rouville, which is just 1 street alone, 1 block. It has 16 homes in it, 11 are stick, 5 are mobile homes. Some of them are very nice, and I intend my new mobile homes to be very nice. I think that's why it was zoned before, because the nature of that block is a mixture of mobile homes and stick-built homes. Affordable housing today, I'm on the Home Builders Board, and affordable housing today is very difficult for young people. And the cheapest home you could probably get would be about $225,000. I think I could put a nice mobile home on each one of these lots and probably sell it for $100,000 to $125,000. I think that it would be a good area for this. I live very close to it, and would hope you would approve it. And I'll reserve my time for any rebuttals, if that's okay.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak in favor of this? All right, I've got a number of cards that are marked against. Isabel Moore. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Council, for listening to me tonight. You have a lovely purple folder that my 5-year-old granddaughter helped me put together. I have an addition to that with 70 more signatures. I'd like you to pass as one for each of your council members. I live very close to this. I learned a lot, by the way. I know that you don't have to put up a sign to show that your property is going to be changed. It only has to appear in the banner. I've been told this by Miss Helen's office. 30 feet away is where the signs are. We had 1 sign put up. There was no sign on Oak Lawn. I pass it every day. I didn't see this until Friday. So Friday, I get my information. Of course, everything is closed. You only have to post this sign for 10 days outside of the property. There were 13 notices mailed to homeowners that live in the close area around it. Half of those, I was told, were returned. So not many people knew this was happening. When we found out, Obviously, the people in this area, and on my petition, you'll see that, it says they live here in Lacombe. I didn't go outside of this little area. They're livid. Because we do have people that live in mobile homes. That is correct. But there's a lot of people that live in very nice houses. Lacombe is a very diverse community. Tonight, a lot of us are here, and if you know anything about Lacombe, tonight is today is All Saints Day. Our people are in the cemeteries tonight honoring their past dead. And we're here instead because we are so adamant that you don't let this happen. Enough people, and this is much more people are into this. This is all I could get within a 4-day period. I don't want you to set a precedence by letting this happen in our area. The neighbors right behind it have a $500,000 house that's going to butt against it. You're allowing something to happen that shouldn't happen. We have areas, and we are, like I said, it's a very diverse community, but it needs to be protected. We had the waste transfer station thrown down our throats because people don't think we're going to fight for something. But guess what? We are. And we love our community. We want it to stay pristine and nice. I live on the bayou. I'm constantly cleaning. Bayou Lacombe, as far as like people trashing it, drives me crazy. I don't want you, like I said, this to happen. This piece of property is beautiful. There are across the street, the people that live there keep the neighborhood up, whether they have a mobile home or not. That's not the issue. I want you to think when you're voting tonight, you've got over almost 225 people that are opposed to this, that live right in this neighborhood. So don't put us down the garbage can again. Let Lacombe thrive. There's places for things like this. Mr. Hemway knew when he bought this, he had 1-acre lots. Now he wants half-acre lots, and he wants to put manufactured homes on it. This is not what we should have here. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil Glover? You don't want to speak, okay. Stephen Larman? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Larman. I don't live in the area at this point in time. I purchased a piece of property almost 3 years ago so that I could basically build our retirement home. I'm a lifelong, my mailing address is 111 Coindaleston Drive, Slidell, Louisiana. And basically I own my parcel of land is in contact with the land in question. I'm a special asset officer of a top 10 national bank, and I'm very much aware of property values. I look at appraisals every day. I wouldn't have spent the money that I spent on the property had I known that down the road we would be looking at additional mobile homes. I have no problems with the existing mobile homes remaining in place. But to take these 2.5 acres and to split them up into, smaller lots just so that he can reap a profit, let him build homes there. He can build smaller homes. I used to design homes for Habitat for Humanities back prior to Hurricane Katrina. I did some delightful small homes that lived large and people didn't even think they were Habitat homes. Anyway, I have a few of my handouts. I'm a little bit frustrated, but I can honestly tell you I don't have as much skin in the game as my future neighbors. I've only spent the money on a lot. I can walk away. Now, my game plan was to basically build a house that was someplace between 3,000 and 4,000 square feet as a retirement home. I won't do that if this passes. And that's just, being selfish, but it's ridiculous that, we would want to change the makeup of the subdivision more. You've got 2.5 acres there. That's a great spot for but for basically 2 houses on those 2.5 acres. Finally, with regards to the mobile homes, I have no problems with the existing mobile homes being in place. I've seen a lot of, down that particular street, they do seem to take care of their properties. Now, my question to the gentleman is, he owns other properties that are adjacent to his residence. Why didn't he just go ahead and ask for rezoning for those lots and do the mobile homes there? Why is he doing it, 2 blocks away? Probably because out of sight, out of mind, he'll never see it. But anyway, I do appreciate the opportunity to speak. Again, I'm not as big of a stakeholder as everybody else. I'm hoping to remain a lifelong resident of St. Tammany Parish, but at this stage of the game, I may just basically pick up my roots and move over toward Picayune, where my oldest daughter is. So that's where she's practicing law. But again, I do appreciate your concern, but I'm not willing to invest in Lacombe. And I love Bayou Lacombe. I grew up, in Slidell. I've been in Coin de Leston for 37 years. This area has the feel of what Bayou Liberty used to be, or still is, but it doesn't have the tidal flooding issues of where I currently live. But again, I don't need to build a house. I want to build a house. I'd like to build it there. I've met the neighbors. It's a very nice, diverse community, and I really appreciate your time and allowing me to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I've got Mike Carebrand, and looks like maybe a wife. Mariana? Good evening.
Regarding the change to the A3 manufacturing housing overlay, we and our neighbors, us and our neighbors, only became aware of the proposed zone change 2 days ago on 10/29/23. No notification was received, no mail notice. We and our neighbors built our homes in compliance with the Zone A2 regulations, which is not more than 1 home on 1 acre. Mobile homes weren't allowed. We did this with the understanding that other A2 properties would comply the same way. Changing to a manufactured housing overlay changed the population density on a tract of land to the detriment of surrounding homeowners. Area resources are not constructed to accommodate high population densities, and the resources would be the small, narrow streets, the water, the drainage, etc. So we were against this.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're Marianne?
Yes,
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to be sure I had the right card.
that's me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Phil, Sean, and Sylvan, and Eric Sylvan. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Phyllis Shawn, and this is my husband, Eric. We live 60214 South Oak Lawn. We actually bought our acre of land from Mr. Al Hamway. The property that he's looking to rezone is directly in my backyard. We moved here in 2012. I love Lacombe. I love the peace. I have a disabled son, and he's very safe. We specifically targeted that neighborhood for that reason. My house is 5,400 square feet. My property taxes, I know don't matter to anyone else, is $5,700 a year. I am totally against having the mobile homes in my backyard. I'm very concerned. I'm a real estate agent. I'm also a minister. I'm all for affordable homes. I just think it needs to be somewhere else. The other trailers that was there when we initially built there, they were grandfathered in. So I just think it's very unfair to the rest of us who specifically put our homes there to raise our children and grandchildren.
Just a minute.
I'm sorry.
Your time is up.
I'm sorry.
Okay, but now you can go into the rebuttal time, which is 5 minutes.
Okay.
But keep in mind, your neighbors may want to speak in rebuttal too.
Okay.
So,
My husband will.
do you wish to speak, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My name is Eric Sylvain. I guess I'm the owner of Sylvain Construction with Professional Framing Company. It's mentioned about affordable housing and everything and how home prices are going up around and everything. When we first moved over here into Lacombe and everything, actually we bought our land from Mr. L. Helmway. And on purchasing the land and everything, the first requirement that he asked about before he sold us the parcel of land was, what are you going to build here? He wanted to know because he was going to be our neighbor. So he wanted to know what type of home we were going to build. Later, we constructed a home and everything like that. My wife spoke real eloquently about this, but our home is about 65,000 square feet. I done recently invested our life savings into building this. We done built this house over 12 years. I don't know if anybody have Google Map, but I really would like y'all to go ahead and take a look at it. You know, it's a real nice home. But moving past that, just like I told you, I'm a builder, you know. And as far as affordable houses, I work for Habitat for Humanity. Yeah, you can build single-family homes, and you can get them down to about almost close to at least about $50 a square foot. If you get a 1,200 square foot house, you can place it on the market for $120,000, if that's what you want to do. But I don't think it's quite fair to change this and say, listen, we're going to start going ahead putting mobile homes here. We're going to subdivide the lot so we can maximize as many mobile homes as we can put here. And then the residents that's there, that already invested in this area, that done sit down there, move heaven and hell to get here, we're telling them, listen, your investment was for nothing. You know, we're going to go ahead and actually replot this and go again at this.
Okay.
You know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hamway, we're going to go to your rebuttal.
Could you pass this up to them? The reason I'm here was mainly to subdivide my 2.5 acres into 3 lots. Originally, I wasn't even considering mobile homes, and when I sold to the Sylvains, I was definitely not considering mobile homes. When this commission changed the mobile home zoning 30 feet away from my property, it had a difference in what my plan was. Not my plan to put poor quality homes, to put good homes in there. I'm not planning to do anything but put nice homes on this property, whether they're stick-built or mobile homes. Ms. Moore knows me pretty well. She knows my phone number. She knows my address. She could have called me, and I could explain a lot of this to her. Referring to the waste transfer station, you know, was something I went through when I was in the parish council. And that station is now operating and functioning in Lacombe. I don't think anybody has a problem with it. It's a needed thing for our community. But I was the one who put it there. I brought a lot of jobs to the community, the people that I want to sell homes to. I think that the pictures that I've sent up there to you are the 2 neighbors on both sides of my property. One of those is the Sylvains' property. As you can see what's on that property. They have an excellent home. I'm very happy with it. I don't need mobile home zoning. I did it because there are 5 mobile homes in my block, in that block of Rouville. There are 11 stick-built homes, and I thought it would be a proper thing to do. I'm willing to do whatever you all would like me to do. Thank you.
Okay, the other group, you had about 3 minutes left. Those of you that are against, you still have about 3 minutes.
I'm one of those, when you say my name, I want to make sure I respond to it. Yes, I do know Mr. Hamway. He's always been a good friend. He's always been We knew nothing. This sign was not put on Oak Lawn, so any of us knew that this was happening. I found out again Friday afternoon, and that's when I alerted. He can tell you. He's got neighbors. They're all against it. He's not happy about that. You need to look at the people in Lacombe and look at that petition. Almost, there's close to 300 signatures. When you make your decision tonight, you need to think of us. As Mr. Silva said, we live there. We want to keep this community first class. I actually am very vested in this community. I'm not a lifelong person from there, but when I move someplace, I become involved. I'm on the Bayou Lacombe board of the museum. I'm their treasurer, because who else wants to be the treasurer? I'm on the school board. I'm in District 7 because I felt like we needed to have a good school board member. I was an educator for 38 years. So I love my community. I want you to realize that the people that signed that form love it too, and you need to take their best interest into heart. We don't care about building the houses. We don't want the homes to be little bitty that's going to compete with Miss Sylvain's house. It's not fair. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak against?
I'm 100% against it. I do live on Maroon in the same neighborhood as Isabella, but I had a question for the chairman. You said every mobile home had to have the tongue cut off?
No, you're incorrect.
I'm asking, what did you say?
They're not called mobile homes, they're called manufactured homes.
Okay.
Because they are not portable anymore, they're not mobile, they are manufactured, which means that there's supposed to be no tongues, there's a skirt, there's some parish requirements.
Okay.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I did want to explain that.
That is something that St. Tammany holds to standards right now?
Yes.
Okay, take a ride down South Oak Lawn Road.
I'm talking about the new stuff, not the old
Okay.
stuff.
But I just want
So
you to
there's some
see-
stuff that's in existence from previous years that we have no control over because it's grandfathered in. The new things that are being put in, when they're asking for a manufactured housing overlay, there are requirements.
So these are fairly new trailers that have no skirting, no landscaping, the tongues are still on, and the tires are still on.
I don't know when those were put in. I don't know if it's a manufactured housing overlay. You would have to give me a little bit more specifics about that so that we could investigate that particular thing. I can't answer just carte blanche.
I would love to get a hold of you.
You're welcome
you.
to report it to code enforcement.
Okay.
No, sir, you need to fill out a card. You need to fill out a speaker card. You're out of time. Okay? All right. We've had rebuttal on both sides. I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Seeger.
I'm glad that came up. I was going to mention that this is a manufactured home now. It's not a mobile home. It's not a trailer. I have two questions or two concerns about this. One is that the manufactured housing, and the second one is about the change of zoning from A2 to A3. Mr. Hamai, could I ask you a question, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you willing to change your proposal from A3 back to A2 with a manufactured housing overlay?
I prefer the A3 over the manufactured housing.
Okay. My problem is that that increases the density significantly, and so you're not adding one manufactured home. Your capabilities are of adding 3 manufactured homes, and I have a problem with that.
What I'm saying is I'd rather have 3 lots and no mobile homes, not 2 lots and 2 mobile homes.
So hearing what you said and hearing what the public said, in order to continue on with the process, I move to approve.
Okay. Emily, who's taking over? Me? Okay. Okay, we have a motion to approve from Mr. Seeger. Okay, do we have a second on that?
I'm in the queue.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Narcisse.
So just for clarification, the motion to approval is just to move along the process, and there's a procedural vote, yes or no, after that. So we all have the ability to vote yes or no, depending on how we feel. It's just to move along the process, because I heard an audible gasp out there.
But we don't have a second at this point.
Right, we don't have a second.
Can I ask a question? The motion was to approve what I requested, or to approve what he asked me, not that?
The motion to approve is as requested in the proposal, correct, Tom? Yes, as requested in your submittal.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Narcisse.
So, firstly, I don't recall when I made my case-by-case basis comment about investors making money or a single family. I don't recall calling any names, so I apologize if I stepped on your toes. The rezoning, as I remember, looking back, the manufactured housing across the street that Mr. Hamway referenced, I am very, very, very familiar with this property. This is where my mom had her first house. This is where the pictures here are from actually my godfather, and I tell him clean his yard every time I'm calling code enforcement on him. So I get it. But the MHO that's across the street was a special case. Those houses, those manufactured houses that were there been there for generations. My original babysitter lived in those trailers. It's not like they're new to that property. This would be a gross increase in the density. This is just, if you look at the houses, I think in that area, you're looking at very, very well-built houses, and they are really put together very well. I think this would not do that community any service. As far as the pictures, I think this is a moot issue. I think it's a code enforcement issue. And he basically said he would go without the MHO, so I wouldn't, I hope that you would amend your motion to approve to take the MHO out, as he said he would be okay with, and push this to planning so that it would go to the subdivision as he said he would be okay with.
No, I'm going to.
Go ahead, Tom.
One of my main concerns is about increasing the density. Right. So I move to approve it as it is written here.
So if we are looking at increasing the density as is written here, it's going to impact the density if I'm reading correctly.
I ask my fellow commissioners to vote their conscience, yes or no.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to second it because I think we can. I'm not going to second it because I think we can take out a bunch of stuff on it and do it without.
Okay, Commissioner Crawford.
Okay, Dave, since you stepped out, we don't have a second on Tom's motion to approve at this point. This is a for me. This is a tough decision. I was on the commission. What was it, 4 years ago or so, when we approved the MHO across the street. And it seemed appropriate at that time because of the other mobile homes, manufactured homes down the street. I live in Lacombe also. I love Lacombe as much as anyone in that audience, I promise you. I wouldn't be sitting here if I didn't. Mr. Davis put me here for District 7. And I've worked hard for District 7. But I don't have a problem with the zoning from A2 to A3. I don't think that's a big density move. It's 2.5 acres. I don't have a problem with that. The MHO seems to be everybody's hang-up, if you will. So I'd like to revisit Mr. Hamway's discussion of possibly removing the MHO.
Yes, like I said before, I prefer the 3 lots with no mobile home overlay.
So
it's going to be 0.84 of an acre, almost at 3 1-acre sites. It's 2.5 acres.
So if you built on it, you'd have to build a stick-built home, then
Yeah,
you
we'll
would
build
not have
stick-built.
mobile home.
I could build stick-built homes on those lots easily.
Okay. Well, I'd like to make a motion to approve this with the amendment of removal of MHO.
Well, then, can I just say one thing? Like I said earlier, the reason I was here because the mobile home zoning was across the street from my property. That's why I thought it was possible, but I don't need it.
So, Mr. Hamway, just to clarify, are you making an amendment to remove the mobile home overlay request?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you have to request, okay. So I made the motion to approve with Mr. Hamway's request to remove the MHO.
Commissioner Horn.
I'm going to ask a question of Ms. Sylvan if she can come back up. And I'd like the museum treasurer to approach also. Miss Isabel, sorry about that.
That's fine. I think it's
All right.
for Columbus, and you'll remember me always.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to speak the same I spoke on the last MHOs. I think that this commission shouldn't ignore this 220-plus signatures speaking that are not here tonight by the 2 current residents and also the possible and potential future resident that wants to retire here. When I spoke earlier, me alone, when I spoke earlier, I spoke about growth. I'm new to St. Tammany Parish by 2.5 years. I moved from Jefferson Parish. Grew up in the inner city of New Orleans. I have a business in New Orleans. I have a business in St. Tammany Parish in District 14, and I live in District 14. So I've jumped in feet first with volunteering and being a part of the community where I live. When you have homeowners who don't plan on leaving, don't plan on moving, they plan on being where they are, they're trying to take care of their homes. They're trying to take care of their dwelling. My question to the 2 of you is, if this is amended to remove the HMO and the stick-built homes being built on that property, not being mobile, not being pre-manufactured, is that correct? To the commission, is that correct? Okay. If that's done, is that something that you're comfortable with?
No. I think that we need to continue to stay with the 1 acre lots.
Okay, that part I do understand, and so that's why I wanted to give them an opportunity, because there's no more rebuttal time, and there's been a lot of different things that's changed. Even though this has changed, they won't get to speak on that again unless they're called up. And so with the petitions that's been signed in the time that it's taken in 4 days, you got that amount of signatures. We have a duty on this commission to place ourselves in the position of both parties. We understand that a stick-built home may be built. We understand that it won't be a manufactured home, but will it be a home that'll complement the neighborhood of the growth of what's going on in that neighborhood right now? And so I'm going to speak against this motion again, that it stays zoned the way it is, so that this community can continue to grow. I live in Slidell, I don't live in Lacombe. But if I lived in Lacombe and that's where I chose, I would want that community to develop in favor of the vision of like-minded individuals and homeowners. That's what I would want.
Thank you.
And so I'm going to speak against it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Horn, let me be sure I understood your comment. Now, Mr. Hamway has agreed to change his request to remove the MHO, and you're looking at 2.52 acres with the 4 lots, I believe it is? Yeah, 4 lots. 3 lots? Okay.
So I'm speaking. I'm sorry. I'm speaking against the proposal so that it stays in the current zoning of A2. So I'm speaking for it to stay in A2. So I'm speaking against what's proposed overall tonight with the amendments.
Let me check the legal here. Three lots. 3 lots, 2.52. Let's say 2. Al, you're wanting to leave it at an A3 zoning?
A2 requires 1 acre per lot. I'm going to A3 with .84 acre per lot.
Okay.
0.15 less than an acre.
Okay, I wanted to be sure that I understood what
That's 3 sites, not 4.
Commissioner Horn was
I'm just saying it's nearly acre sites.
okay. Pardon?
I'm still up to the spot.
Is he still on?
If it stays the way it is, it stays in the vision of what the community has it. If it changes from the vision in which the community has it. They came here to fight that it stays like it is. They didn't come here to fight for it to be 3 parcels divided from what it is right now without the mobile home. They wanted to complement the rest of the neighborhood, if I'm correct on that.
Anything else? Commissioner Troncoso.
I share the opinion of Commissioner Horn relative to the issue of the nature of this area. And before I say anything more, I want to thank the activism that's here tonight, coming here to express yourself. We need more of that in this parish. It's not enough. We need more. We're growing. This is the fastest growing parish in the state of Louisiana. And it's not often, but occasionally, we get this type of involvement and support. So thank you, first of all, for coming tonight and expressing and being involved. I believe that this property should stay in its current zoning. I appreciate the fact. I have a question now. Who is the owner of the property on the corner that backs up to this property? Okay, it's a beautiful home. Beautiful home. We need to protect this, and as we've said before, each one is a case in of itself. There are subdivisions within the parish that have a significant amount of mobile homes, well taken care of, nice communities, good people, and we should support that. We should support the mobile homes, the manufactured homes. But this is not one of them. I believe that we should keep the zoning where it is, and we should and we're going to drop the MHO, that's great, but I think we should keep it at A2.
Commissioner Rest.
That sounds like more of the same. I've been where these folks are with coming in here with a list of signatures. I've been out there with over 700 signatures and was defeated by this same, not this same group of people, but this same commission. So I know what it feels like out there, and I haven't forgot that. You're lucky this commission allows more input than it used to. It's much better. This parish is operating in a way that is much better than it was. That's my belief. So if you want to thank people, thank these hardworking people right there. And this commission is much more open to the people than it ever has been, in my opinion. But with that in mind, this property is currently zoned A2. I think the big problem here, I can forget about the overlay, because that's just, I don't even get started, because first of all, this area is A2 and it looks like it's substantially A2. You can make 2 lots out of this property and there's nothing we can do. It is A2. You could put 2 lots in there to be 1 acre lots each. And the property is suitable for that. And I think that's a fair request. As far as coming in here and wanting to make it A3, because it's just a little smaller, well, doesn't need to be, okay? And adding the manufactured overlay on it, on top of it, just made that much worse. But he's willing to take that off, but it still doesn't meet. And in my opinion, we stay with the A2 zoning. And if it's decided somewhere down to take that 2.5 acres or whatever and make it 1.25 acre lots, I think that's a reasonable request. But I don't think the one we're at right now is reasonable. So.
Commissioner Seeker.
I believe that there's a motion. I would like that reread, please.
Okay.
Your motion was to approve and had no second. Mr. Crawford made a motion to approve as amended without the mobile home overlay. That did not have a second.
I will second Commissioner Crawford's motion at this time.
Commissioner Truxillo.
I'm good.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Leslie just read the motion. Please vote.
Mr. Cardo? Thank you. The motion to approve as amended failed.
Okay. Those of you that, if you wish to appeal it to the council, the appeal cards are over on the railing to the right. Thank you for coming out. We're going to move on now. Let those folks clear out a little bit. Folks, let's... Okay. I lost the point. I don't understand that too.
You can send an ad to the newspaper. I just emailed you.
Oh, okay.
Where's your laptop? So is it waiting in a hallway? It's in IT. to be rezoned to HC2 Highway Commercial Zoning District. Approximately 2.5 acres of this property is currently developed with an existing restaurant and parking lot, and the remaining portion is 0.95 acres, which is currently undeveloped. And the request here in front of you to bring the existing restaurant and parking lot in conformity with the appropriate zoning, and also for potential for future HC2 development.
All right, thank you. Are the Youngs here? Good evening.
Good evening.
And you are?
I'm Keith Young.
Okay, I thought you were. But I
Yes, sir.
wasn't sure.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us what you wanted to tell us.
Well, I'm just going along with the recommendation from the staff. Yeah, it was brought to attention that we had done a renovation, and I don't know how all this works, but we needed to bring it up to the correct zoning. The correct zoning. So that's why I'm here.
Have to keep you out of trouble.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
So basically, Keith Young Steakhouse has been open since around 2005, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
In 2009, in a comprehensive rezoning, it was rezoned, split between residential and neighborhood commercial. He's been operating for almost 18 years in a legal non-conforming way, which obviously we want to get away from. So, yeah, he's here just to bring it into compliance. As you can see, even on the map below it, there's a storage unit that's just about the same age and is zoned residential as well. And we're working with Red Dot Storage to rezone theirs to the appropriate zoning of HC3 as well, to bring that into conformance. So when he did a renovation last year, we noticed all these things and just trying to correct some zoning inconsistencies in zonings that aren't correct.
Okay, thank you. Keith, you have anything else to tell us?
No, sir.
Okay. Anyone in the audience wish to speak against this change? I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McInnes.
We definitely want Keith Young Steakhouse to keep in business, so I move to approve.
Motion by Commissioner McInnes to approve. Commissioner Truxillo.
Oh, I definitely second this one. My wife loves the place, and me too.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
Thank you.
I don't know.
All right, we go to case 2023-3543-ZC. Existing zoning is A1 Suburban District. Proposed zoning is A1 Suburban District and RO Rural Overlay. Proposed location, parcel located on the west side of Pinecone Road, being Lot 78, Oak Knoll Estate Subdivision, Rabita Springs, Ward 6, District 6. It's 8.05 acres. Petitioner is Devin Matazo. That's probably not right either. Chris and Russia, Noah, Kalen, and Devin Matazo. Council District 6. Staff?
The objective of the request is to add a rural overlay to this property. The property is currently surrounded by residential and undeveloped land, and if approved, the applicant can use the subject property for both their main residence and also to propose commercial business, which is for the training center for equestrian vaulting.
Okay. Thank you. Are the owners here?
Yeah.
Step to the mic. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I
I'm a newbie to the area. I moved from California, where I lived my whole life, and my dream has always been to have my own property to teach the sport that I've loved since I was a little kid. It's called equestrian vaulting, and it's basically gymnastics on horseback. I've been doing it since I was a child. I've been teaching for about 25 years. Two-time world champion, had been on Team USA more than a dozen times, represented the country overseas. And I just would like to introduce my sport to the region, to the area. And you know, I couldn't afford property in California. I found a beautiful place in Abita, and I feel like the luckiest guy in the world. And so I would like to share my sport. It's horses. I don't want to do anything weird. I just want to have a few students come and learn how to do. I can show you guys what it is, but it's basically it's kids dancing on horses.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
And I just want to be able to have horses, maybe have a couple boarders. There's already a barn on the property. I just needed, you know, an arena, which, you know, is simple. Just need to make sure there's a good. I'm going to put like a $50,000 arena there. It's going to be very safe, and that's where the kids learn. So that's what I like to do.
Okay.
If you have any questions about it, I can give you some information and share. You want to pass this to people? You can pass it around a little bit.
Let me ask staff a question before I turn it back to the commission. Would he be better off to go to an AT zoning instead of an RO?
Well, the downside of the AT zoning is that it does not allow for a single-family residence. So at the same time, if I'm not mistaken, there's an existing single-family residence on the property. So it would allow for the training center, it would allow for the stable, and a variety of rural uses as well.
So AT would not be an appropriate zoning then?
No, not necessarily,
Okay.
no.
I'll shut up then. All right, anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against on this? I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Narcisse.
It's not too often you get acquainted with a world champion, so congratulations on those accolades. And thank you for bringing me something I had no idea existed. Dancing on horseback. With that, I see no problem with it. I make a motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Narcisse to approve. Commissioner Horn.
I second.
Second by Commissioner Horn. Commissioner Truccosello.
I'm good.
All right. Any further discussion from the commission? Please vote.
The motion to approve carries. He said kids, okay? He said kids.
All right, next case is 2023-3544-ZC. Existing zoning is A1 Suburban District. Proposed zoning is A1 Suburban District and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay. Parcel located on the east side of Tantella Ranch Road, north of Jones Road, being a portion of Lot 13-B, Riverbend Estate Subdivision, Covington, Ward 1, District 3. It's 1 acre. Petitioner is Mary Ann Lewis Miller. The owner is Mary Ann Lewis Miller and Frank Norman Miller, Council District 3. Staff?
The subject property is a 10.85 acre lot, which is 13B of Riverbend Estates subdivision. Case number 2022-CE21834, which is a code enforcement case. The manufactured house was placed on the property without permits, so the applicant is requesting a zoning change to resolve the violation and bring the site into compliance. The property is flanked by A1 Suburban District on all sides. Based on the 10.85 acre size of the property, 2 residences would be allowable. Within that subdivision that the subject property is also located in, 12.09 acre area was also rezoned to include the MHO. If the request is approved, the applicant can apply for an after-the-fact building permit and an electrical permit to turn the power on to the manufactured house that is on site.
Okay, thank you. Are the Millers here? Yes. Come to the mic, please. Good evening to you. So, tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
My husband and I bought the property 30 years ago, moved a mobile home there,
Get a little
built our
closer
house.
to the mic.
I'm sorry.
Get a little closer to the mic.
We built our house there, and now my son and his family would like to put a mobile home there. We kind of are going in reverse with the process, but we thought the paperwork had all been done, but we missed the step where we needed the mobile home overlay. So they moved their mobile home. It's on my driveway by my house. My husband passed away 4 years ago, and so my son and his family have been there since he passed away with me. So they would like to have their own space. So.
Okay. So the mobile home that's shown on the property now is yours?
My son's and his wife, yes. My house is there. I have a house, a barn, and a pump shed, and then the mobile home is up at the front of my driveway.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against on this? I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McInnes.
I live in the area, and I think that it would be very suitable for the area, and I move to approve.
Did you make a motion?
I move to approve.
You're going to have to speak up, I think. So we have a motion to approve, right?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Truxilla.
Second.
Second.
Can you hear that?
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the change. Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
Okay. All right, we go to item 9, cases 2023-3546-ZC. Existing zoning is A4 Single Family Residential District. Proposed zoning is A4 Single Family Residential District and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay. Location, parcel located on the east side of Violet Street, south of Success Street, being lots 19, 21, and 23, west of Beta Springs subdivision, Covington, Ward 10, District 2. It's .172 acres. Petitioners Dragonfly Enterprises Incorporated, Jamie Lindsay. Owner is Rihanna Perez de Cohen and Narvik Avil. Council District 2. Staff?
According to the petitioner's application, there is an existing mobile home on site. There are various parcels within West Abita Springs subdivision and the adjacent Abita Nursery that have received the MHO zoning over the years. In your staff report, you can see a variety of cases. Most recently, one was approved from lots 34 and 36 in West Abita Springs this year. If the request to the MHO manufactured housing overlay is approved, the applicant is able to do one of the following: obtain an electrical permit to turn on the power of the existing mobile home, or replace the existing structure with a different or new mobile home, manufactured home.
There you go. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jamie Lindsay. I live in Bush, Louisiana. There's a bunch of new faces that I haven't seen before. Hello, new faces. Hello, veterans. I don't have much I'd like to say about this block there. There are 3 manufactured homes currently occupied on this block, and the rest is woods or buildings that are unoccupied. There's also, be more appropriate for last night, there's also a small cemetery on the block. So I'm going to go ahead and let Ms. Cohen, Mr. Avia speak.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. We check around the area and we see the lots that he was selling, and we get interested, so we bought the lots with the intention to install mobile homes, or no, how's the name? Manufactured homes. So the empty lots has many trees, and we're planning to clean the lots, fence them around, put a lot of lighting, and install the manufacturing homes. And I am the contractor. I like to do renovations. We got one trailer that it is one, how you say it? ¿Cómo se dice la casa? Manufacturing home. So we got one for 2006 that it looked beautiful and outside. It just needs a little repairs on the inside, interior, that I'm planning to do the renovation, and with the intentions to rent them. That's my business, get rental properties. Some I flip them, and some I rent them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor? Sir, did you want to say something?
I'm good. Well,
Okay.
just want to say good evening, everybody, and thank you.
Okay.
They have said everything.
Anyone wish to speak against? I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Truxillo.
Good evening. How y'all doing? It looks like this area is suited for the mobile home overlay, because there were several of them approved going back many years and recent years. So I make a motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Truxillo to approve. Commissioner Troncoso.
Yes, I'm familiar with this subdivision as well, and I second that motion.
Second by Commissioner Troncoso. Commissioner McInnes.
I have a question for the petitioners. Are you planning to live there?
No, I have brothers that don't have a house, and we want to have him move into a manufactured home.
So you're going to rent the home out?
Basically, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Narcisse.
I noticed that there's another issue on that with the same petitioners, same people on number 10 as well. So just be mindful of that, commissioners. And it looks like the same road with the same issue on number 11 as well. I know you guys looked at your agenda, but I don't know if that plays a role in your decision or not.
You want to comment?
I just wanted to state that the properties are not adjoining. They're separated by other people's parcels of land. That's all.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion and a second?
Yes.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on this. Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
All right, the next item is 2023-3547 ZC. Existing zoning is A4 single-family residential. Proposed zoning is A4 single-family residential and MHO manufactured housing overlay. Parcel located on the east side of Violet Street, south of Success Street, being lots 41, 43, and 45, west of Beta Springs subdivision, Covington, Ward 10, District 2. It's .172 acres. Petitioners Dragonfly Enterprises Incorporated, Jamie Lindsay, the owner, is Rihanna Perez DeCohen and Narvik Avila. Council District 2. Staff?
Similar to the last request, according to the application, there's an existing mobile home, manufactured home on site. Once again, same subdivision. The chart listed in your staff report demonstrates the vicinity of manufactured homes that were approved throughout the years. The same request, if it were to be approved for the MHO manufactured housing overlay, the applicant can obtain an electrical permit to turn on the power or replace the structure with a different manufactured home.
Okay, thank you. Who's here to speak on this?
Sorry. Same information, sir.
Same information, okay. Anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor? Anyone wish to speak against? I want to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Crawford.
One question for Mr. Lindsay. How close are these two?
I believe they're 150, 200 feet apart.
Okay, so there's one parcel, or, I'm over here, sorry.
Oh, sorry, sir.
One parcel or two parcels in between, something like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I can't make them larger.
No, that's fine. I was just curious.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion.
Motion by Commissioner Crawford to approve, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Horn.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Horn. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have a good evening. All right, the next case is 2023-3550-ZC. Existing zoning is A4 single-family residential. Proposed zoning is A4 single-family residential and MHO manufactured housing overlay. Location, parcel located on the east side of Violet Street, being Lot 7A, Square 14, West Abita Springs subdivision, Ward 10, District 2. It's .11 acres. The petitioner's Portia, Montana, and the owner is Dwayne Reed and Portia, Montana. Council District 2. Staff?
The applicant was approved for a minor re-subdivision in January of 2023, which created a lot of record Lot 7A from Lot 7 and 9 in the West Abita Springs subdivision. This allows the applicant to apply for a building permit and meet the lot of record building provisions should the rezoning be approved. The site is currently developed with a vacant single-family wood-framed home. Same subdivision as the last two cases. Purely coincidence that it's right after, but you can see the mobile manufactured homes that were approved in prior years. If the request for the MHO is approved, the applicant can apply for a building permit to place a manufactured home on the property.
Okay, thank you. All right, Montana? Good evening. And you are?
Portia, Montana.
Okay. And the other lady?
My mama. I'm just here for moral support.
All right. What are you going to tell us about this?
Well, the house that's on there are like, it's 2 to 3 feet on the other person's property. So I was just trying to see if I can just tear it down and get a mobile home. It's a little 2-bedroom house.
Okay. All right. Anyone in the audience wish to speak against on this? Anyone wish to speak for? I want to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Horn.
Ms. Portia, correct?
Yes, sir.
The type of home that's on there now is a stick home?
Yes, sir.
And the surrounding properties, are they mostly stick or they're mostly
They have mobile
manufactured?
homes. The ones that's across the street are all mobile homes.
How many stick homes are close to you? If you had to say 8 mobile homes and 6 stick homes?
2 stick homes. and I think like 4 mobile homes.
Oh, okay, all right. It was just a question. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Horn to approve. Commissioner Truxillo.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Truxillo. Any further discussion? Please vote. Okay, Commissioner McInnes.
I have a question for staff. So there's no way you could keep the house and add a mobile home, could you?
The property is not big enough to accommodate 2 dwellings.
But it wouldn't be allowed anyway. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I might not be
But
understanding.
if it was, would it be allowed?
A manufactured home on the property?
And a house on the same lot?
No, the property is not big enough to accommodate 2 dwellings. That's because of the zoning, correct? The underlying zoning.
Because of the,
Yes,
thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
All right. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item is 2023-3562-ZC. Existing zoning is A3 Suburban District. Proposed zoning is A3 Suburban District and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay. Parcel located on the north side of Dubuisson Road, being Lot 58A, Slidell Oak Ridge subdivision, Ward 9, District 12. It's .20 acres. Petitioner's James Maddox, and the owner is Evangelina J. Usson, Council District 12. Staff?
The subject property is currently undeveloped. The existing A3 suburban district calls for minimum half-acre lot sizes with a density of 1 unit per every half acre. As the subject property does not meet the size requirement for the A3 district, it is considered a legal lot of record. In addition, the subject property abuts A3 suburban district on all sides, with residences to the east and south and undeveloped lots to the west and north. According to the most recent data, East Dubuisson Road has 6 residential structures. 5 of those are manufactured homes. Staff cannot confirm whether or not these are vacant or occupied. The surrounded manufactured homes would also be considered to be of legal non-conforming use. A parcel within 500 feet of the subject property was approved for an MHO in January of 2018. If the request is approved, the applicant can could apply for a building permit to place a manufactured home on the property.
Okay, thank you. I got a question. You're saying that these 2 homes are unoccupied or can't be determined whether they're occupied?
Staff cannot confirm or deny if they are vacant or occupied. We just have the Google Air Street View, so we can see the structures themselves, but we cannot make the determination if they are vacant or not.
Something's not clicking, and somebody's got to be able to determine if those homes are occupied.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we did not travel along the street to determine if the homes are occupied or unoccupied, but also at times you may travel in front of a residence and, it doesn't confirm if someone is living there or not. So we're identifying the existing mobile home in the neighborhood. However, there's no really 100% sure possibility to confirm if it's occupied or not.
Okay, thank you. All right, good evening, and you are?
Hello, my name is Evangelina J. Usson.
Okay.
I am an owner and I'm giving the property to my son to live in. On one side of the property, they have a mobile home. On the opposite side of the property, it's a wooded area. Across the street from the lot, the person that was living there, he has passed. It's a dead end, and about maybe 400 miles down the street, there are other homes. But I only saw, or have seen, or know of one mobile home on the property, and that's next to my property.
Okay, all right.
And what we're planning to set there is a modern 2023 mobile home there.
Okay.
We have cleared the property. We have filled in and made sure everything was in standard. We're just waiting to see whether it be approved, because we're ready to move the mobile home if it is approved.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor? Anyone wish to speak against? Okay, we got a gentleman that wishes to speak against and a lady that wants to speak against, so come forward. How are you this evening, Donna?
I'm great, sir. How are you?
Hey, we're getting there.
Donna McDonald, 35075 Oak Ridge Avenue. This is a plot of Oak Ridge subdivision. It's a partial plot of Oak Ridge subdivision that I want to pass out. And these are pictures, and there's like separate packets that were taken today that indicates that, in fact, many of the manufactured housing, mobile homes, whatever these would be considered, are in fact not occupied. They're derelict, and they honestly need to be removed. And these are the adjacent properties to or one of the side of the petitioner's property. Oak Ridge subdivision is a small paper subdivision. Most of the lots in it are only 25 by 120. The plat that I gave you indicates that there's roads that are dedicated, but the X's that you see on the plats, those roads are not cut through. Those roads have not been developed and are actually not in use. There are approximately there's one road that goes all the way through the subdivision, that's Oak Ridge, and Dubuisson only goes halfway down. And that's important because for 3 major roads in the subdivision, only 1.5 are in fact developed, and it leaves more than half of the 400 lots in the paper subdivision as unbuildable because they don't front a street, and in order to be put onto a street, they have to be privately developed and then accepted by the parish according to the parish standards. In the block and a half that is developed, there are 24 stick-built residences. There are 11 mobile homes in the subdivision. Many of them still have wheels and tongues attached, so I consider them mobile homes. In fact, we own the property directly across the street that the lady said the man is deceased. He is not deceased. He is our tenant. He is out of town visiting relatives. Any mobile homes in the area are existing non-conforming. The staff report says that there is a MHO within 500 feet that is not within Oak Ridge subdivision. That's on Sisters Road. It's not a part of the subdivision. And I gave you the pictures of the derelict properties, and this would be an instance where we have invested assets, time into the property. We've purchased properties to move them to a stick-built area, and we would like that to be maintained.
Okay, thank you. Kevin McDonald. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Gordon, Commissioners. Where do I start? I can't agree with this MRO, the individual lots creating we're doing spot zoning, and I don't understand it. But in this subdivision, I've been here my whole life. I'm Kevin McDonald, 35075 Oak Ridge Avenue. We own approximately 137 of these lots. A lot of them we can't build on. We buy them just to protect ourselves. My father and I started buying these properties before we had a commission, before we had zoning. We'd get a lot of trailers that come in, people would abandon them, we'd buy them with obviously no use for them other than protect our property. This subdivision borders on our homestead, which is 112 acres. It's on the west end of the subdivision's on our property. So I can't really see why we can keep putting trailers on these properties. The neighbor, which this is square A that they're asking for this change on, the Viaskas on the property that square A backs up to. That's Mr. Viaska. He couldn't be here tonight. He allowed me to speak for him. He's adamantly opposed to the zoning change. Really not much more to say. I concur with whatever Mrs. McDonald said, though, of course.
All right.
So I guess that's it. I've invested a lot in this, not to make a profit, for us to live and try to make it nice. We pick up garbage along the street. I know y'all don't want to hear all. You hear this constantly, but we're constantly cleaning up. 8 of these trailers or lots that had trailers on them, we bought and demolished the trailers ourselves. They're in such poor shape. And if anybody takes the time to ride and look on a corner of Carroll Road, 2 of those trailers are deplorable. I wouldn't let my dog live in them. So, and nobody, they're obviously abandoned. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Mr. Lee, I think I had a card for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Lee Demang, 34057 Bayou Liberty Road. I serve as president of the Bayou Liberty Association and represent its 250 members. We are adamantly opposed for there being a trailer or an MHO on this small piece of property in this subdivision. And we do so for a variety of reasons. In any case, what's important about this area is that it is upward moving. It's progressing toward totally stick-built and bricks and mortar. And unfortunately, as is often the case, and it's scattered throughout the parish, there are MHO mobile homes. Many of them still have their wheels on and also their tongues on, which are in a terrible state of disrepair and abandoned. And unfortunately, because of the nature of that process, no one's taking the responsibility, i.e. the cost, to effectively remove and destroy these structures. And obviously the owner is no longer even available, or the previous tenant who lived in those trailers. So I oppose the idea of rezoning this property for all of the above reasons. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak either for or against? All right, we'll go to rebuttal.
I would rebuttal. I have had that property for 11 years. I don't know about what the other people do. Yes, I see the trailers that is on that corner where they're speaking about. I live 7 blocks from there in a brick house. That cost us $353. So I'm not saying that it's not there. Yes, it's there. The neighbor told us that the man across the street had passed. So what I'm planning on doing and my son planning on doing is putting on a whole beautiful trailer that will upgrade the area. On one side of the property, it's an empty lot. It's weeds. Across the street on the other side, it's weeds. And this is my rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in rebuttal? Lee, Donna, Kevin?
Because it's a paper subdivision and the lots are too small to build, she did go in and rezone. However, the underlying zoning of the area is A3. She does not have an acre or half an acre. She has less than that. So she is not only asking for the MHO, but the underlying zoning is already more dense than the rest of the properties around it.
Okay, Don, let me ask a question.
Sure.
While you're up. This is supposedly lot 58A. Now, this plat.
Right. It doesn't, that's what I said, the plot, that, what I could give you there was really to show that the lots in the subdivision are 25-foot lots.
Okay.
And then the X's show the streets that are not cut through.
Okay.
Okay? So Dubuisson runs through right where that, Kevin, what's the cross street? Is it south? Right where the cross street is there, that's as far back as Dubuisson runs. Even though it's on the whole plot, it goes all the way back to our property, to our main property, but the street is not cut through. The street is not developed.
Okay. So, are you going to have access to this property, ma'am?
She does have access because she's on the first half of Dubuisson.
Okay.
My property is 50.
Okay. Well, that answers the question because.
It's 50 by, what, 85? 185.
Okay.
It's not 25 feet. It's two lots.
Well, the lots.
Brought into one.
Right. Right. The lots are 25-foot lots, though.
Yes. And I have two that's right next to each other, so
Okay.
that makes it 50.
All right. Thank you. All right. We've had rebuttal on both sides. I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Ricardo.
Yes, sir. Helen, so it is two lots of record
It's two lots.
that's made into 158A? Is that correct?
It's 50 by 180.
Okay. So that gives how many, would that fall into A3 then? Is it non-conforming or is it?
It's a legal non-conforming lot.
So it is, I'm losing my spot here. The size of that would be not even a quarter of an acre, not even a quarter of a parcel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I mean, that's pretty small. I mean, that's one of my questions, and let me apologize to both sides. I really, after listening, I think I need to personally go out there and size it up because it sounds like a bunch of those trailers. Because when I read the parish side of the thing, they couldn't confirm if they're occupied or not, and I understand that. But when I look at this drawing here, and it shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many are just trashed, abandoned pieces of property, trailers that have been there, but yet it might lead somebody to believe that there's 5 active families living there, and it's germane to the area, everything works. But 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, and 5 might be abandoned properties. I was looking at some of the pictures the young lady supplied. I didn't see no meters. So they don't have no electricity. So I myself personally would feel more comfortable with going out there and sizing it up because in fairness to the whole thing, how many active trailers do you see around there?
There's.
Ma'am, okay.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
There are trailers that people live in on West Dubuisson.
Yes, ma'am.
There are also the derelict trailers on West Dubuisson. There are also derelict trailers on Oak Ridge that we're trying to get the rights to remove those derelict trailers. So it's a mix of derelict and livable trailers, and both sides or one side would be livable. I think only the trailer on one side of her is livable.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just read you what we're looking at. It says almost all the recent, according to the most recent available data, East Dubuisson Road has 6 residential structures. 5 of those are manufactured homes. Staff cannot confirm whether these structures are vacant or occupied.
And I showed you some of the ones that are derelict.
Yes.
And that I know of, right, there are 2 livable ones, one on one side of Dubuisson, one on the south side of Dubuisson on the corner, one on the north side of Dubuisson that would be next to this site. And the rest of them are questionable at best, and many of them do not have meters. They cannot be occupied.
So thinking about this, and how many are functional or not, and how many are non-conforming, or, they've been there for 20 years. It looks like they're older than me.
There's 2 that are occupied on Dubuisson.
Okay.
Okay, of the however many was in the staff report.
6 total.
Okay, there's 2 that are occupied, plus our stick-built on Dubuisson.
Okay. Once again, I'm a little confused, and I really would like to put some eyes on it myself personally. I don't know what the rest of the commission.
I understand.
The
I
rest
was
of the
I was
commission might
trying
have
to
been out there.
explain it, but I realize it's confusing.
I don't want to think that the area is saturated with.
Well, there's 24 stick-built in the Oak Ridge subdivision. That's Dubuisson and Oak Ridge Avenue that back up to each other. There's 24 stick-built residences. There's 11 mobile homes, part of which are derelict, which I showed you here, and there's more than just that, because there's 3 more on Oak Ridge that are derelict that we're trying to acquire. So it's moving from manufactured housing to stick-built. We're trying to keep that going, and the manufactured housing units that are there, many of them are derelict, have been broken down since Hurricane Katrina, and we've been trying for 20 years to get them removed.
I would ask, has any of the other commissioners been out there and seen this piece of property, this area? I'm not familiar with it, and I really want to be fair, because I'm not against manufactured homes, and at the same time, I don't want to create a new creature out there. So has anybody been out there and looked at that area? I'm not familiar at all, but
I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Okay. Well, I would like to put a motion on the floor that we hold it over, if we could, to the next meeting, and I will personally go out there and take a good look and size up the area, if possible.
So your motion is to postpone this till next month?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Ricardo, Commissioner Narcisse.
It is All Saints Day, as mentioned earlier, and I was out there on Cemetery Road. If you look off of Monegra, my dad is buried back there, so I am very familiar. I'm from Bayou Liberty. Well, Narcisse is Bayou Liberty through and through. I, quite frankly, don't see what the other derelict trailers have to do with this single property. That's where I stand on it. I don't know if I can make a motion to approve over his. I don't know. I will make a motion to approve and not postpone, based on the fact that I don't think the derelict properties that are there have any bearings on somebody living in a new trailer. I really don't think it has any bearings on that. if that's the only argument, that there are already trailers there that nobody's living in, I don't see that that is an issue.
Okay. We had a motion to postpone, and it failed for lack of a second. Commissioner Narcisse put a motion on the floor to approve, correct?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second, Commissioner Narcisse's motion.
Okay, Commissioner Seeger?
To approve.
To approve, and second his motion. Commissioner McInnes?
I was going to second Mr. Ricardo's move.
Pardon?
I was going to second the other motion,
Okay.
but I guess I'm too late.
No, you're not too late. A motion to postpone takes precedence over a motion to approve. So even though there's a pending motion to approve on the floor, if someone makes a motion to postpone and it gets a second, then we'll have to take up that vote first.
So you're going to second the motion to postpone? Okay. So we need to vote on that one first, and then we can come back and handle the other one. All right, please vote on the motion to postpone.
The motion to postpone failed.
Okay?
Wait, you gotta give me a minute.
Yeah. Unless we get her on her notes. Okay, so now we'll take up the motion to approve.
We need to restart the motion to approve.
Restate your motion.
I motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Narcisse. Tom, it's seconded. Right? Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote.
Motion to approve failed.
Okay. So it goes forward to the commission with no recommendation to the council.
No, it doesn't go forward unless they appeal it to the council. They have a right to appeal to the council.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead. My mic's on.
The petitioner has the right to appeal it to the council, and then they will make the final decision. Right now, we've had two votes. One was to postpone, which failed. And then we came back and had a new vote to approve. It failed. So your next step is to appeal it to the council, and then they will make a final decision. Okay?
Okay, I am for this project.
I understand.
I'm trying to make the neighborhood look better than what it is now.
I understand.
Because on one side of the property, it's like 4 properties with nothing on it but trees.
Yeah, well, I think the McDonald's and Mr. Domain are trying to help make it look better.
I feel that I can make it look better putting on a modern mobile home that will be that will not be moved.
Okay.
And it will have a skirting around the trailer.
Well, that's what you
And
need
it will
to
be
do.
lifted up and have a paved driveway.
Next step you need to go to is appeal it.
I have appealed it, sir.
Pardon?
I will appeal it, sir.
Right. To the council, and then they will take a vote on it.
Okay. Do I
Okay?
have to sign it over?
All right. All right, we go to item 13. The case number is 2023-3564-ZC. Existing zoning is A4 single-family residential. Proposed zoning is A4 single-family residential and an MHO manufactured housing overlay. The location, parcel located on the northeast side of Chinchas Creek Road, being lots 23 and 24, Square D, Avenue Country Air Subdivision, Slidell, Ward 8, District 13. It's 0.27 acres. The petitioner is Michael Dinkelman, and the owner is Michael Dinkelman. It's Council District 13. This also is one that the city of Slidell has sent a letter objecting to also. So, Mr. Dinkelman?
Staff comments first.
Yes, staff report, excuse me.
The 0.27 acre site is located within the Avenue Country Air subdivision and was previously developed with a manufactured home. Property abuts A4 single-family residential zoning on all sides, which has a density of 1 unit per every quarter acre and quarter-acre lot sizes. Avenue Country Air subdivision is developed with a mixture of stick-built and manufactured houses, with the majority of the neighborhood being manufactured homes. There are 3 manufactured homes directly across Chinchas Creek Road from the subject property. The surrounding manufactured houses are considered of legal non-conforming use. 1,200 feet away from the subject properties sits lots 28 and 29 on Chinchas Creek Road, which were approved for the MHO in April of 2023. If approved, the applicant intends to move a manufactured home from an adjacent property to the subject property.
Okay. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Mike Deckelman. I reside at 73410, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Your name is what?
Michael Deckelman.
Oh, okay. I just pronounced it wrong.
I reside at 40732 Ranch Road, which is directly behind the property that I'm being petitioned. My parents own the property on Ranch Road, and my mother and father's house is on there, and I live in a house that's on the lot next to them. My younger son lives in my parents' house now, and I bought the property behind me so that I can move the mobile home just directly behind where it is. I'm not bringing in another home. I'm taking the one that's already existing there and moving it straight directly back. There was a previous mobile home there, which was abandoned and rat infested and everything else, and I purchased the property and cleaned it all up and bought the permit to demolish the trailer, and then I found out that I couldn't get the building permit because the electricity had been cut off of the abandoned trailer for more than 6 months. So I'm here to petition to get it to rezone so I can move my trailer.
Okay.
I've been in the neighborhood all my life. My family's lived in there. We were probably the second or third residences in the whole subdivision there in Avenue Country Air. And I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to trash it. I cleaned it up, and I got all the surrounding neighbors were delighted that I bought it and cleaned it up because they had been trying to get somebody to come clean the place up and get rid of the mobile home.
Okay.
So I got their signatures and their blessings that they wouldn't mind that if I did that.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, and then we'll go forward.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, which I very well could be. I think Jake Airy, the current councilman, has been working with FEMA or somebody trying to get some homes raised. Are you aware of that?
There, any of the new construction that they do in there, they're making them raise them, say, probably this high off the ground.
Okay,
But my trailer right now, it sits about that high off the ground.
okay. All right.
Because
So-
during Katrina, my parents' house, it's a Jim Walter home. It actually sits lower than my house trailer. Well, they actually got water in the bottom of their house, but the house trailer didn't get any water in it.
Okay, so what Councilman Airy was working on has nothing to do with what this case is for, okay?
Not that I know of.
It's not
Okay.
because in the
Just-
same area.
Pardon?
It's not in the same area.
Okay, all right. That's good. Thank you. All right. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against? I see. Oh, Ray Irby?
Good evening.
Hi.
I'm Ray Irby, 40717 Chinches Creek Road. This property is next to mine. I had my eye on the property myself, which has been in a horrible state of affair for 40 years. It was inhabited up until about a year ago. 40 years ago, it had a tree growing through it and was occupied. The gentleman that owned that property previously had a concrete cement pond. It has a bad history of all kind of issues. It's been a horrible place in the neighborhood for 40 years. Mr. Deckelman came here and just absolutely did an incredible service to the neighborhood. Totally wiped out that old concrete cement pond that I was worried about flooding my property. Took out the trees I was worried about landing on my house, 4 of them of which I took down myself personally. Got rid of the trailer. I'm not so sure that's an accurate account that the electricity hadn't been on. It had been shut off for 6 months. I may be mistaken, but they had a street light there, and I don't think it was that long ago that it was off. I may be wrong. But what Mr. Deckelman has done has just been incredible. The whole neighborhood is ecstatic. As was mentioned, their trailers across the street, and they maintain these trailers immaculately. In fact, I'm going to have to clean up my property. It's brick. But I didn't have to worry about it with this atrocity next door to me. And now that Mr. Deckelman has cleaned it up, even his trailer, the home is kept his property immaculate. So I would assume he had bought the property to move his trailer from his property to now his property. And I'm all for it. The whole neighborhood is. That's about all. We're so appreciative. It did an incredible job. It's been leveled off, backfilled. He's ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
The Washington St. Tammany said Washington St. Tammany said that the power had been, the meter was still on it. There was still power going to the trailer and the street light, but they said they'd pull the meter out and put the tabs on the back of the meters, and it said it was disconnected 12 days past 6 months.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak for or against on this case? I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Crawford.
Okay, Mr. Deckelman, real quick, I just want to make sure I have this straight. So you live currently on Ranch?
Yes.
And the lot in question that you want to move the trailer to is on Chinches Creek, which is the next street over. So you're just going to slide?
Directly behind me.
Directly behind it, okay.
I'm going to take the fence down and just move it back.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Crawford to approve. Commissioner Narcisse.
I second. Thank you for making an improvement.
Second by Commissioner Narcisse. Commissioner Troncoso.
I have a question for the staff relative to, does he have to meet any standards, new standards from what his original trailer or manufactured home was by moving it from one place to another?
He's gonna have to make sure that the tongue is removed, that he puts a new skirting around it.
The tongue is already removed and it's already skirted. So once I move it back, they'll put the tongue back on it and we'll move it back, and then I'll take the tongue back out and put the skirting back around it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
Thank you.
All right.
Do I need anything? Okay, thank you.
Next case is item 14. Case number 2023-3566-ZC. Existing zonings NC5 Retail and Service District. Proposed zonings HC1 Highway Commercial District and EO Entertainment District. Parcel located at the intersection of Louisiana Highway 1077 and Louisiana Highway 21, north of Rodney Road, Madisonville, Ward 1, District 4. It's .82 acres. Petitioner is Michael Ress, Jr. Owner is Four Corners Triangle Investment LLC, Michael Ress, Council District 4. Staff?
The subject property is currently, undeveloped and is flanked in between two state highways, being 1077 and LA Highway 21. The applicant is currently proposing to rezone from NC5, which allows neighborhood commercial uses that are appropriately located adjacent to residential property, to HC1 Highway Commercial District and Entertainment Overlay. If y'all might remember, back in July of this year, the Parish Council put the drive-through standards in HC1 as an allowable use with an administrative permit when sites meet additional minimum requirements. So that's the reason for the HC1 request. Additionally, the site abuts residential, is adjacent to residential across the street from Highway 21 and 1077, so would not be able to apply for a liquor license for high alcohol content without the rural overlay. So that's the reason for that request. The reason for the request in general is to open a drive-through daiquiri and seafood store.
Mr. Rowe.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Paul Marone on behalf of Mr. Race and the petitioner this evening. This .83 acre parcel, as you can see in your staff report, is located at the intersections of Highway 21 and Highway 1077 just north of Madisonville. It actually forms the tip or the point where those two highways meet. We're currently zoned NC5 and asking for HC1 with the entertainment overlay. A little bit of historical background on this site, which I think is important. My clients purchased the property back in 2008, and at the time that they acquired it, the property was actually zoned C2 Highway Commercial. And it had been C2 Highway Commercial since about 1987. Right after my clients purchased it, the parish went through the comprehensive rezoning. At that time, the property was downzoned from C2 Highway Commercial to the NC5 that it is today. Since that time, my clients have been trying to sell or lease the property, and that has proven to be very difficult, if not impossible, because it remains vacant today. Almost all of the viable users that have come along over the years, of which there have been many, have needed or felt they needed, in their minds, a requirement that they have a drive-through. That has always been an impediment for us. When the parish changed the ordinances and allowed the the drive-through under certain conditions in HC1. That really gives rise to this request in addition to the nature and the location of the property. So a couple of things that I'd ask you to consider with regards to this request. The first is the historical zoning of the property. I think that has some bearing on it. This property was C2 highway commercial, which is pretty consistent with our HC2 today, from 1987 to 2009. That was 22 years. It was deemed that this was an appropriate location for a highway commercial property. I would respectfully submit to you, those of you that have been here since 1987 or before, if you think of what this stretch of highway looked like in 1987 and what it looks like today, the growth that has taken place, it's a much different place in 2023, respectfully, than it was in 1987. And so I believe that a highway commercial zone, in this case HC1, would be appropriate. Secondly, the location of the property. So the purpose of HC1 is to provide limited scale commercial uses generally along major collectors and arterials. This site is the point of two major collectors and arterials. It is at Highway 21 and Highway 1077, which are the two major north-south corridors on the western side of St. Tammany Parish. So respectfully, I think it meets the purpose of the HC1. I would also point out two other similar properties. Now, they are not exact, and when I tell you, when I point these properties out, you'll be quick to say, well, gosh, Paul, that's not exactly like your property, but there are similarities, and I think they're important for you to consider. Think just to the south of here where Highway 22 and West Approach meet. Similar scenario. Also, a little to the east of that where 190 and East Approach meet. Each of those sites have similarities to this site. Each of those sites are either HC2 or HC3, far more intense uses than we're even proposing tonight. So they're not exactly the same, but there are some similarities, and it suggests that a highway commercial zone would be appropriate in that situation. I would also point out to you the surrounding properties. As Ms. Cook noted, we are not abutting any residential. In fact, we are surrounded on all sides by commercial. Neighborhood commercial primarily, although we're right across the street and just to the north of Keith's Young Steakhouse, which was properly, I think, rezoned to fit its long-time use there, which is HC2. So we are not in a residential area, respectfully. We're in a commercial area. We're between two major highways, and it seems a perfect location or an appropriate location for an HC1 zone. As Ms. Cook noted, the intended use is for a drive-through seafood and daiquiri facility. To give you an idea of what we're talking about, those of you that drive Highway 190 between Covington and Mandeville, there is a similar facility near Baldwin Motors and Three Rivers Road. It's on the east side. It's a little small, and you may not have necessarily noticed it, but that is generally the concept of what we're talking about here. A different type building, a nicer facility than that, but that is the type of small footprint use that we're intending, very similar to what you see there. This site is a challenge to develop, even with an HC1 zone, because of its configuration, the setbacks. It really cramps down your usable area. So it's going to be something that will be a small footprint, and we think this use will fit there. It is the daiquiri component that gives rise to the entertainment overlay. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't need it. But the home or the residential zoning that is triggering this is not adjacent to us. If you look at your zoning staff report, you will see that we are surrounded by non-residential zoning. But if you go on the west side of 1077 and north, I forget if the distance is 100 feet, I forget, but that residential zoning line is just within that threshold. So we don't abut any residential, but we are within the threshold that gives rise to the need for the entertainment overlay. All of that being said, I would just say in conclusion that, again, the property has historically for 22 years been a highway commercial zone that is more intense than we are asking for today. In light of its location and what is around it, it seems appropriate for an HC1 zone, and we would respectfully request your consideration of that this evening. I'll be happy to answer any questions that any of the commissioners might have at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morone. Anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor or against on this? I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Truxillo.
Daiquiri is a heavy alcohol drink?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I don't know. I don't drink. I was just wondering. I know this area very, very well. Matter of fact, this is a very ugly intersection. Anything that you put there would definitely improve the aesthetics of that little intersection right there. There is a lot of business here. There's Keith Young. There's a nursery. There's a fruit stand. There's all kind of also some industrial stuff nearby. I think this will improve this intersection greatly because where they meet at and everything, it will light it up better and everything. So I make a motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Truxillo to approve. Commissioner Horn.
I think it's limited use of the property, and it's probably the best fit, and it's going to bring something better than nothing. Don't see many things that you could put in an intersection like that, so I second.
Second by Commissioner Horn. Commissioner Troncoso.
You know, when I bring people from Michigan to Madisonville and say we're going to go to a drive-through daiquiri shop, it always amazes. However, I think, appropriate, I think the issue is, we need to make sure that you've got the proper layout on that drive-through, utilizing the longest line being the northern line needs to be your stacking, and it makes so that everything is going to flow properly because it's a fairly busy interchange and the convergence of the two roads. So we need to be very careful when it comes time to plan it out to make sure that that drive-through has good stacking as well as good flow and exit, ingress, egress. So with that, I'm in favor of it as well. So.
Commissioner McInnes.
If this is the tract I believe it is, I'm kind of saddened because it's got the best dewberry patch I know of. So I must request that you at least have a dewberry flavored daiquiri. Because I'm going to miss that.
Okay. All right, we've got a motion and a second to approve. I'm not going to put that part in now, so all right, please vote.
The motion to approve carries. Get any samples?
Do I?
Any samples?
Not right now. We'd all right, the next item is item 15, case is 2023-3569-ZC. Existing zoning is NC5 Retail and Service District. Proposed zoning is NC5 and EO Entertainment Overlay. Parcel located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 1090 north of Crossgates Boulevard, Slide L, Ward 8, District 9. It's 1.15 acres. The petitioner is DCR LLC, Chris Clark. Owner is DCR LLC, Donald Matern. This is in Council District 9. Staff?
So, is that yours? I'll go ahead. By all means. Sorry about that.
Wait a minute, did y'all get into the daiquiris?
We're about to again, yes. There's an existing building on this property, and it was occupied by a restaurant with a lounge for many years. It was closed for more than 6 months, and we are here with a request to add the entertainment overlay to allow to reopen the restaurant and to allow for the service of beer, wine, and also hard alcohol permit.
Thank you. Good evening. We're going to let you go home here in a little bit.
Yeah, really want to lock it up.
We're getting there. Good evening, Commission. My name's Chris Clark, Donald Matern. You may recognize Donald also owns Vera Seafood up the road in Abita and the one in Slidell. We're the owners of the new location, which was formerly Speckley's, as she announced, or said, which previously was a restaurant with a bar. We've seen that shut down since 2020, since COVID, it was closed. My wife's been working for Donald for the last 15 years at Vera's, and it was always her dream and goal to one day own a restaurant, which she's sitting in the back. She didn't want to come up here and speak for herself, so, do what I can. But so when we seen that available, we also live in District 9. We live right down the street from the restaurant ourselves. We've been there before when it was open before. So we seen it as a perfect opportunity, jumped on the opportunity when it was available. Have Mr. Donald involved with us as well, because he's been in the industry for 40 years doing restaurants that serve alcohol. So our request is for the entertainment overlay. When we purchased this, I guess it's been sitting for so long because it was rezoned, and we didn't do the background check to make sure or see what zoning it was in. So now we're here to request to have the entertainment overlay. The previous restaurant that was there also did bands. That's not our plan. We just want to have a restaurant that serves alcohol as well. It's not going to be a bar. We're not going to have crazy hours till midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. We understand that there's a residence right behind us, a prominent neighborhood, Cross Gates, which my wife and I actually drove around the neighborhood and talked to the residents that border the fence with us and made sure everybody was okay with it, let them know they're welcome to come see that. The first thing we did when we purchased the building and got in was demolish the stage. That was most of the complaints that we heard was, hey, I can hear music coming through my walls. So that was the first step that we did. We demolished the stage. We would just like to be able to operate a full-service restaurant that allows, if I go out to eat with my wife and I want to have a old-fashioned, or if my wife wants to have a martini, we would like to offer those things. And her big goal is to have those Bloody Marys with the soft-shell crab and, the shrimp stuffed inside of it. So that is the request we're here making today.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else wish to speak either for or against on this? I want to close this to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Crawford.
Okay, glad to see that building getting back in commerce, definitely. Quick question for staff. The current application is nothing more than what was already there before, is that correct?
That's correct,
Okay,
yes.
yeah, make a motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Crawford to approve. Commissioner Narcisse.
I second it.
Second by Commissioner Narcisse. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Ms. McKenna? Thank you. The motion to approve carries.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Y'all have a good one. Be safe to going home. All right. We go to item 17. Item 16 has been postponed along with item 18. Item 17 is case 2023-3580-CC. Existing zoning is A1 Suburban District, RO Rural Overlay, and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay. Proposed zoning is A2 Suburban District, RO Rural Overlay, and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay. Parcel located on the south side of Galloway Road, west of Louisiana Highway 40, Covington, Ward 2, District 6. It's 2.25 acres. The petitioner is Ashley and Scott O'Flynn. The owner is Ashley and Scott O'Flynn. It's Council District 6. Staff?
The site is currently developed with a single-family dwelling and a barn with an enclosure per the survey provided by the applicant. The subject property is flanked by A1 Suburban District, Rural Overlay, and Manufactured Housing Overlay on all sides. There's a parcel at the intersection of Galloway Road and Highway 40, which was rezoned from A1 to A3 in 2010, which is approximately 1,000 feet from the subject property. The existing A1 calls for minimum 5-acre parcel sizes with a density of 1 unit per every 5 acres, while the requested A2 is a minimum 1-acre size and a density of 1 unit per every 1 acre. If approved, the applicant could apply to place 1 dwelling unit per acre on the 2.25-acre parcel, or apply for a minor subdivision to allow for the parcel to be divided as shown on the attached survey in your staff report.
Good evening, sir.
Evening.
And you are?
I'm Scott O'Flynn. Been here in St. Tammany for probably 20 years now. From the West Bank. My parents are still currently living down on the West Bank, and we're looking to donate just over an acre to them right next door to us for them to build a new home to be closer to us and our 2 autistic girls.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone want to speak either for or against on this? I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to, got to have somebody to come up. Commissioner Seeger.
Yes, I'm real familiar with this area. Most of the houses in that area are on large lots. It is a rural area, and that kind of goes against the what's there. Anyway, Mr. O'Flynn, is your house, what kind of structure is your house, sir?
Stick build, and it's, like I said, it's the acreage that we're on is less than the 5, so I don't know if there was a zoning change sometime in the past, but we're only on 2.24 acres, I think is what it is.
Is there any opposition to this? Seeing none, I move to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Seeger to approve. Commissioner Truxillo.
And I second.
Second by Commissioner Truxillo. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
You ready?
I'll send you an email.
All right, we go to item 19. This is a plan review. Case numbers 2023-3584-PR. Use monument sign for Oshner / MD Anderson Cancer Facility. The corridor is Highway 21 planned corridor. Zoning is MD3 Medical Facility District. Use size is 75 square foot monument sign. Petitioner is Timothy Rodell, MD. Owner is Oshner Health Systems, Michael Hewellfield, President and COO. Location, parcel located on the southwest corner of Oshner Boulevard and Louisiana Highway 21, Covington. Staff?
If you would please turn to page 2 of the staff report. As you can see, there is an existing 50 square foot sign, multi-occupancy square foot sign on this property. And the request is to add an additional 25 square feet and also to modify the lettering that is currently on the existing sign.
Good evening, sir. And you are?
Ronnie Simpson, Oshner Health, 1000 Oshner Boulevard. Thank you for having us this evening and giving us the opportunity to be last. We Very much appreciate that. And actually, Mr. Chairman, it is now 10:10. Is there a record for the longest zoning meeting? Because I know, okay. I am willing to use my entire 10 minutes and my 5-minute rebuttal to put you over the top if necessary. But it's not even okay. All right, thank you. No.
I think we had one that went to about midnight.
Okay, well then I apologize then. Thank you for having us, and this is my first time on this side of the podium for this sort of meeting, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you all. Ochsner Health, along with our close partner, St. Tammany Health System, have announced, as many of you know, another partnership for the Cancer Center, the St. Tammany Cancer Center on the corner of Ochsner Boulevard and Highway 21. It is a $50 million building with 75,000 square feet. It's 3 stories, and we provide incredible health care for cancer patients on this side of the parish and surrounding areas. We're very fortunate to have the distinct pleasure and honor to partner with MD Anderson, which, as I'm sure many of us can attest to, is I guess we'd consider the gold standard of cancer care in the country, if not the hemisphere. So we are asking this body to approve a slight variation to the signage so that we may make room for our new partner, MD Anderson, to be included on the signage along the highway. And we certainly are very proud, with our partner, St. Tammany Health System, to welcome such an incredible organization and a true partnership, and enable us to raise the level of cancer care in this community even higher than it is currently. So we appreciate your consideration, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone in the audience have any comments? I'm going to bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Truxillo.
Hello, sir. I didn't catch your name.
Yes, sir. Ronnie Simpson.
Mr. Simpson, how you doing, sir?
Fine, thank you.
Good. It's a beautiful campus there. Y'all did an excellent job building it aesthetically and everything like that. And,
thank you very much.
And it goes with everything. This new sign, it doesn't block the line of sight of traffic, correct?
No, sir, it does not.
Okay. And it'll be basically where it is, the old sign is now, just a little further back.
It actually will be the existing footprint and base. It would just be slightly larger for the face of.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're doing now, and I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
Motion by Commissioner Truxillo to approve. Commissioner Rest. Second by Commissioner Rest. Commissioner Carter.
No questions. I mean, Truxillo brought up my point. I go by there quite a bit, and nothing's worse than you got to inch out to look. But that on that corner there, everything's coming from the left, so it won't oppose no visibility issues.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Commissioner Horn.
I'm in support. I'd just like to commend you guys on the work that you do with cancer. 2 weeks ago, I raised over $1,000 at Borrows for a Cause in our center in Slidell. So I was a part of that, and this is my second year being a model for my wife's friend who passed from breast cancer. So I definitely support.
I got one more statement.
Commissioner Truxillo.
Yes, one question I forgot to ask. It's not going to be no Vegas sign, right, with all those nice lights and everything?
No, sir. We've been, I appreciate the question. There won't be any drive-through daiquiris or mobile homes or anything else.
Okay, you sure? Okay.
That y'all have discussed tonight. We've been very deliberate in our in raising the standard for that area, and doing the best we can to invest not just in healthcare, but certainly the way things look. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have a card here on Emmett White was against, but I don't see.
I think it was
Huh?
He was here for the other case, I'm pretty
What?
sure. I think he was here for the other case, because I met with Mr.
Put down the wrong numbers, so. All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote.
The motion to approve carries.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you.
No, wait a minute, we got two other. So we, no new business, no old business, motion to adjourn.
Just a reminder that we'll have the special meeting at 5 o'clock before the regular planning and zone, planning meeting, 5 p.m. November 14th.